I'm not making it super intense, but there's always the chance of people failing it the entire time.
All right, I'm ready. Men.
You in, buddy?
Yay.
All right.
I was dropping the other shit over.
So last we left off, you fine gentlemen were in a biomechanical tunnel system. You were very confident you would know where you were going. Several rolls later, you were lost.
Fine.
It's just life.
It's fine. It's fine.
There was an odd ripple through the mindscape of the local space, and some of you found yourselves frozen in place. One of you didn't.
Something was talking to me.
Yes, it appears to be a woman. Beautiful one.
Huh.
And she was very pleased to see that humans were in space. Or at least excited.
So.
And she's... You'd very briefly come in contact with her, and she's just... she's just kind of looking through at the tunnel. She's just... So... Who are you?
I'm Siva.
Siva. Sorry. Sorry, died a little
Mom
bit.
Pronounces it Siva, but everyone just says Siva because it's easy. But whatever, I'm used to it. Fuck it, I don't care.
Well, hello, Siva. Would you mind if I got a few answers to things from you?
Maybe. Why don't we play 3 questions?
I was just going to ask what year it is.
I suppose that's an easy one. Damn, I don't actually have that answer.
Yeah, you can just give her a year. It's fine. You'll give her the right year. She'll just kind of nod along, and she's like, "New calendar, understood. Whose station are we on?"
Well, technically, it belongs to the scientist here. But who originally built it? Don't know. But the scientist was the one that brought, I think, your species back to life, or whoever built this stuff. Because if you're part of the group that helped build these walls and all the drones and warriors and administrator stuff going on, you guys were tube people, literally in canisters. Yeah, that was all of your species.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what was left
right.
of it.
Only one other question, then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you belong to somebody? Are you another person's property?
That's a tough question. I want to say...
Are you free?
Honestly, I'm going to give you a straight answer here. No one is free. It's just, you're just not free. There's an illusion of freedom. You are not free. No one is. Maybe except for the head honchos themselves. But I don't know what they have to deal with. So I'm an apprentice to a very powerful forge master. So as an apprentice, I'm not technically free because I'm subject to his whims. I'm also subject to whims of the guy he reports to all the way to the top, fire guy.
So you're a smith apprentice.
Yeah. So free. I'm free because he really respects freedom, but technically we're not really free. Who's really free?
Well, now you're getting into the philosophical question of freedom. I meant in a literal, are you owned by somebody sense.
Not in a fashion that means I'm enslaved, but I have an
Right.
agreement as an apprentice.
Nope, that answers the question.
Uh, Now,
Uh,
that does not
do you...
mean you should go around and try and fix that for me.
Oh, don't worry. That wasn't the intent behind the question. The next
Uh,
question I was going to ask is, do you own any of these? As she gestures to the other, well, the entire team.
no. But we're under contract with Doomco, so we work for them.
So you're not their owner. They're not owned by anybody either, then. I take it.
Um, yeah, but here's the thing. There's
It's a
some
yes or
not.
no question, I believe, on that one. Like, you're about to get into a very
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
complex
whoa,
answer
whoa!
again.
That was hostile. Why do you got? No,
No, no.
they're not. Not to my awareness. But there's a lot
Great.
of ties involved. Now, that's a very leading question. Don't go around trying to enslave them.
I wasn't planning to.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Besides, it's not like you could stop me if I wanted to.
Maybe not me, but the individuals.
Oh, no, I doubt that. But that's not really the point.
Mm, I'm not saying, hey, if you try and mess us up, you're probably gonna mess us up. But we're feet on the ground. We're not the big guns in the sky.
Oh, you're
So
talking
if
about the
you,
pirate ships? The
yeah,
navies? Not
um,
really concerned.
you might want to
So,
be.
so,
Mm,
I'm just trying to get a feel for where I am because I don't walk into things blindly if I can avoid it.
I don't know, that's
It's
pretty good.
against my sensibilities.
Well, I suppose that's good. I think.
And why would I go enslaving you when today's a joyous occasion?
Because some people have uh plans, priorities.
I have many plans and many priorities, but right now, none of them have to do with you or yours.
No, I suppose that's okay.
I will need everybody to roll me a willpower test, including you, Matt.
Any lingering bonuses from passing the first time?
No. This is still just a flat test, and it is a psionic one, so if you have resistance psionics, please roll with that.
Uh,
Armor.
I'm assuming I get to roll my
Yeah.
mental fortress bonus for everybody first.
At this point, you will have to break out first, because that is an active power to use, not a passive one.
Nice.
Of course.
It's gonna take a
It's straight
long
willpower.
drag.
Oh
Just.
boy.
Huh.
And I'm going to give it. No, I'm not. I don't have a reroll.
I thought you were... Yeah.
It's an active power. I can't use it.
Well, I thought you had resistance psionics.
No, I
Okay.
never gained any of that. I got
Okay.
my
No, you're
mental
good.
fortress thing. Yep.
You're good. I just asked, that was all.
No worries.
I'm sending you a message, Matt.
Mm. Me. Yeah. I like my armor that I built with my mental armor. It's nice. Sweet. It protects me
I mean,
a little bit at
I
least.
guess the only real question I have to ask is, unless I'm getting any bonuses from still being synced up to this facility and shit, or penalties from that.
You'd get the plus 20. That doesn't help with this roll, but it'll help with the future ones.
Okay.
Because you did sync up with the facility, and that's kind of the point of the facility, is to help the lesser minds do more. Silco, you were moving down the tunnel. You were doing your stuff. You were with the group, and then now suddenly there's a woman there. and she's talking to Siva, and it looks like they've moved a bit. You've lost a few minutes there. You lost not too long, like a minute.
Oh, this one hasn't really introduced herself. Mostly just charged me with a bunch of questions and didn't really let me ask any of my own. So we're getting there. I don't know.
I haven't stopped you from asking questions.
Yeah, but you kept pressing for more without me having the opportunity to ask questions back. Hence, I asked the 3-question thing. But then that was deflected
Oh,
rather neatly.
you're being very sensitive currently.
You can also
I
drop
feel.
the guys you know.
Shh. Well, hello. I've actually gotten most of the questions I had answered already. So I suppose I could be generous enough to answer a few in return. I won't promise answers to all or really any question, but I am willing to offer some at least.
Mm. Well, since you indulged me, why don't I ask you some simple questions, such as what year do you last remember?
Oh, that calendar's no longer relevant. I don't. I'd very much doubt that you would know the imperial calendar at all.
Could look it up.
All right. Let's go. Let's see what name would translate to your languages best. Yes. Oh, there's. Oh, I believe that was Rictal. Blast. Did you
Rictal,
write
yeah.
that down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Ractal.
Ractal.
Like rectal.
She's like, when you like, oh, what about Ractal? And she's like, oh, that blowhard. No, not. No, he didn't rule anything. Not really. I mean, he sort of did. He was an aristocrat. Oh, Hecaton Imperium. I believe that's what the translation to your languages would be these days.
Hmm.
Roughly. I assume that you're based off the technology I'm seeing involved with all of you, that it's still all done by interface, hand interface, and the like.
Not really. It really depends on the species.
Interesting. Well, regardless, that would be the language in questions. It's
So
psionic in nature, so
yeah, Hecaton Imperium. What year?
and she'll give you like the year
Yeah.
30,536.
It's quite a few.
And she's like, oh yes, the Imperium's been around for a bit. It's not the first Imperium to rise, but it's one of the longer lasting ones, or was, till it fell,
Um.
till it burned.
Yeah, along with a lot of other things. I introduced myself. What name do you prefer to go by?
I don't. I haven't. I don't have a name for the now.
So we just go, hey, you thing over there.
You could always call me mistress.
I know that has other implications with. No.
And that's why I didn't suggest it originally.
Well, all right, you then.
I will require willpower from Silico and Blast, please. Yep, another psychic. Blast, another willpower, please. Hmm.
So, what's the plan here? You?
I don't really have a plan. I'm just getting a feel for things.
Well, you're gonna want
Trying
to plan
to...
quickly, cause you got a lot of angry neighbors, fearful neighbors.
Yes, I can see them.
I'm
I
not
can
talking
feel
about the
them.
pirates.
I know.
Okay, all right.
You're talking about the larger mind, yes? The one out
Yeah, those
there.
guys. They've expressed that they're going to handle this, but
Hmm.
powers that be said, tread carefully. Either because you guys were purged for
Yes,
some
we
sort of
were.
heresy. I don't know.
Oh, yes. Our species burned.
Why'd you piss off the old guy?
Hmm? Oh, we were arrogant. I I suppose that is why I'm alive. I am supposed to pass on the warning. Hmm.
Oh, he left some people to pass on. Okay, yeah, no, I can see
Exactly.
that. Well,
Those of us that actually regretted the decisions made.
so we got a
Though
difficult decision
that is
because
only me and
I
my
know
brother.
Doomco doesn't want to listen to this, but word from up is somebody either has designs for your resurrection and redemption, or they want us to finish the purge. I don't know. I don't know. I
You
don't think
don't
I'm
have the
capable of
strength.
doing it, but that's the message I got.
None of you have the strength to finish it. You'd have to kill me and my brother. And while he's not resurrected yet, doing either of us in that fashion would be. Mm. I will have a willpower test from Blast and Silico again, please.
So I don't know. I think it's way above my pay grade. Um, I think you got the message the first time with all the burning and purging and stuff. So,
Uh,
uh,
Real quick, Johnny, Ogre, willpowers from both of you, please.
Here's hoping.
do it, do it. Oh, blast! You up and ready? Arr.
Wakey, wakey, Blast.
Yup.
Oh, your bonus went up by 20.
I don't know why.
You still rolled an 8,
Yeah,
so it's good.
No,
Yeah.
I must have misclicked when I typed in the bonus. It should have only been a 30.
Did you just hit the up arrow and then, do that? Because it will
Pretty
just
much.
add in. Yeah, then it
Yeah,
adds
pretty
in your
much.
bonus originally.
Oh,
Yep.
that'll do it.
You're
Okay.
fine. You rolled an 8, so it's still fine. Silco, another willpower, please. I'm not going to answer that question until you pass it. He already No, he already passed the second one. That's why.
Since I'm out, should I roll Mental Fortress to assist?
You can, if you like.
Might as well.
Perfect.
Well, I mean, Silco's gonna be stuck where he is
Yeah.
unless you help. Yeah. Silco, the form of this being is very solidly in your mind now.
Yeah. So,
She's a beautiful woman. She's just a beautiful woman. Yeah, I know. She. That's a personal choice. I mean, now
Yeah.
we know what Silco's into.
Yeah, yeah. It's nothing wrong with that.
Last, I'm going to give you a slightly different description from the others. What is in front of you is a beautiful lizard. She is, for whatever else is qualified, she would be what qualifies within your race as a beautiful creature.
Mm-hmm.
Got them nice childbearing hips. Looks very sturdy. Very
Yeah,
streamlined. Scales just right. Oof, just the
basically.
right teeth.
I was going to. I
Perfectly.
was gonna leave it. I was gonna leave it vague because I don't know how Blast wants beauty to be marked in his race yet.
Yeah.
No
Perfectly
idea. Don't
shaped
really
snout.
care.
Beautiful
Yep,
color markings.
she is a perfectly formed specimen.
Just going off the Discover Channel descriptions.
And she's talking to Silco and Silva, where Silva is doing most of the talking currently. And
Blast.
you can feel the waves of psionic energy rolling off of her.
So
It's like as far as you as a psionic is concerned, it's like standing too close to a fire currently.
Blast is just
could
going
you
to cock his head and be like, "The fuck."
stop taking apart the base?
Hmm? Oh, you're talking about the drones collecting the resources. I've already withdrawn them. I'm collecting them.
Okay. Well, technically, you did ask me a previously leading question of who owns the base. Well, that's the scientist here. She owns it. And
Yes, a weak-willed little thing, isn't she?
mm, she's a seeker of knowledge, is what that is. Yeah.
A very polite way to put it.
A little reckless, a little very focused on her
Oh,
seeking.
I've been watching her for quite some time, ever since she found my crystal.
Hmm. Are you? Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, um, are
How
you
about
in
we
charge of this
take
hierarchy?
How about we take a moment and allow your companions to ask a few questions too? I know that the one there, as she'll gesture daintily over to Silco, has many burning ones for me right now.
That's a weird way to say that. Silco? It's a disguise. It's a disguise, Silco. It's that's not
Shh,
what's.
don't ruin the dream for him. Besides, he won't believe you right now anyway. Hello, Silco, is it? Well, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Silco.
Mm.
The crystal was merely a container, or perhaps a portal. It's It was experimental when we made it, so it's hard to say one way or the other. Yes. It was prototype. We were one of the few that were willing to put ourselves in the hands of untested technology in the name of surviving what came next. Yes, the purge. I'm not. We deserved it, frankly. Right, the warning. I'm supposed to pass on the warning. So, I assume at least one of you has a recording device to put this into your official reports or what have you.
Yep, already rolling.
Wonderful, wonderful. The realm of the mortal is large, nigh infinite, and for mortals you may do as you wish. Dominate, slaughter, heal, forgive, whatever you please. The realm of the mortal is yours. Defy the gods. Reach for what's theirs. Reach for what was never promised to you, and you will be destroyed. And that's it. That's the message I'm supposed to pass along. That is the warning we represent. Oh, yes, we tried to steal the mantles of the gods.
Uh,
Oh, yeah, I can't, it's consider it a part of the requirements of surviving. I have to answer questions about that. But the short answer is we tried to take the mantles of the gods from them because we thought we were powerful enough to do so. And the father killed all of us. A rather deserving death, if you ask me. Very loosely, your infused knowledge, you don't even need to roll to get at least a basic thing with it. Um, it's part of a religion that's one of the old, I just lost the word off the top of my head. Pagan. It's an old pagan religion as far as the galaxy is concerned. The only thing that's really interesting of note to it is that it does transcend most races and planetary boundaries. Like a lot of races that have been made contact with humanity since its rise to the galaxy, they've gone, why is this everywhere? It's kind of like that commonality of dragons. But on that note, that is because there is a race of dragons that is spacefaring and has been for quite some time.
I want to say a dragon. I want to say a dragon.
So the current assumption in academic groups is that whoever this father is some sort of ancient alien that traveled the galaxy regularly, left stories in their wake. And that's what you get with, like, that's just what your infused knowledge has. You can make a roll for more knowledge, but that's going more into, like, theological discussions at that point. Well, in the meantime, Blast, give me another willpower roll, please.
Mental Fortress this time.
You can roll Mental Fortress it, yes.
Interesting.
Ooh,
Another 8.
Cool.
a plus 40.
So I will be activating a voice mod for the rest of the conversation when she's talking, as you will have. I wanted at least 2 people with it before you heard it. Otherwise, you get a look at what she actually looks like underneath her,
Guys,
mental disguise. Yeah, Silco, you're stuck, my friend.
it is what it is.
All you see is an ideal. I'll
All
slap
I
her
see
picture up
is
on the map.
genetics, and I'm like, baby. So
I just slapped her picture up on the map that you guys are on currently.
Mm-hmm.
The mouthless one there. And yeah, that's what she actually looks like.
it's not that bad.
No, it's not. Like,
She
it's
looks like a
still a nice.
Protoss.
Yeah, right? I like the picture though. So she's not hideous under there or anything, but it seems that she puts up a guise that appeals to whoever's looking at her.
Blast, who hasn't really said anything to draw attention yet, just kind of chuckles to himself.
She'll turn her gaze onto you and let me pull up her thing.
Was something amusing?
It's just the cocks of his head. Still cute, though
Am I?
a little small for my
You're a little
tastes.
quiet, Liam.
Is this better? Or is it
No, it's
still...
about the same.
How about now?
You're understandable, you're just a little quiet.
Odd.
It's probably the voice changer. It's
Does
lowering
that-
the octave and the volume, you know?
Yeah.
No, you're
Hold on,
perfectly
let me see
audible.
if I can. Let me.
Let me see. Let's see. Um,
I mean, we can just turn you up a little bit for this segment.
yeah. But I was trying to avoid that.
It's fine.
Oh, it's
Do
no
it.
worries. I have you at 80% normally anyway.
Well, hold on.
We'll handle it.
Yeah, it's no worries.
Voice changer.
Just continue, man.
I was handed food. Anyways,
Yeah, Blast replied with, yes, still cute, just a little small for my tastes.
well, when it comes to my size, it's more the size of my mind that matters as far as I'm concerned.
Which I can tell is quite immense. I would not argue that logic either, as the strength of one's mind is comparable to the strength of one's fortitude.
Hmm.
Actually, no, not at all.
Well, it
It,
depends on your race, now doesn't it?
I guess
No,
that
by
also
the laws of
counts.
physics. Well, and everything that just bends and ignores the laws of physics.
Maybe to a lesser understanding.
I was only remarking on physical fortitude, not actual mental.
As was I.
If you did not know, those of a certain mental rating can supersede their body's natural fortitude, increasing it at an exponential rate.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I gotta learn that trick. That'd be neat.
You'll have other ways to it, young Smith. You have powers of your own.
Yeah,
Sometimes in excess of what somebody of the mind might do, unless they find the peaks.
Peaks. What are these peaks?
Far beyond your reach, at least in that form.
I'm working on it then.
is that why you don't have any fur?
What do you mean?
I mean, I've lived with Leonins in their communities like exclusively for over a decade. I've never seen one without fur. It's actually a
It's
bit of
just so
pride.
you know, it is rare for them to have no fur, but not unheard of. It's just
Right, but
very,
I've never seen one.
very
It's like
rare.
having
Yeah,
being
you've never seen it.
not
It's
bipolar.
it's kind of a point of pride for them, and that's a huge thing. Having beautiful fur. Yeah, it's not unheard of. Just never mind. Continue.
Well, I suppose at this point it's just a question if you have other questions for me, as I do have places to be, or will soon.
I mean, unless you're planning on going on some kind of galactic rampage.
Oh, there's a possibility of conquest being involved. I haven't decided yet. I do need to speak with my brother first, and to do that I need to bring him back as well.
Well,
He
I
must be
think.
the other crystal.
Well, I think.
No. Both of those were me.
Oh,
We have requirements for our methodologies.
Well, from the message that I got, even if they go on a galactic conquest, that's, I think, the realm of mortals. So I think they're good.
Oh, yes. Well, quite. That wasn't the problem. That we were queens and kings. That was never an issue.
Just yeah, if you go conquering, just you'll figure it out pretty quick the way things are. So, oh, you know what? Got any cool things for us? That'd be cool.
Cool things.
Something we can bring our superiors to make them happy, because this was a giant pile of just loss on the company side, and they're just. This was supposed to be a rescue mission, and it's nice to please the higher ups. Bringing a gift.
I see. Well, I will give you the ultimate gift, the gift that was first given to all. I'll give you the very, very first gift. And then I will bid you adieu. Safe travels. And may our paths not cross again, as the gift is only given one.
Oh, the gift you get to live in type of stuff. Yeah, well.
You're quick.
Blast is just shaking his head.
Hey, look,
Oy.
we're gonna get slammed with so many damn questions by higher ups that so it's almost gonna be not worth it. So if we can wave a shiny at them, they'll leave us alone. Maybe we won't be on shit duty for forever.
I wish you the best of luck with that.
Yeah. Bob, wish you the best of luck with all the other people who have very strong opinions swarming this place.
Oh, their opinions won't matter about now.
And there's a noise of air rushing in as she's just gone.
No, well,
Blast.
Mm-hmm.
I will need you to make me an influence test, as that is a lot of psionic energy. It's not actually going to hurt you or anything. It's just, you might pass out from just the incidentals.
is it because he's psychically sensitive?
Yes, it is only because you're psychically sensitive. It's not going to hurt your health or anything. It's just,
can you also get an idea of what she did?
I want to eat it. Just eat the ambient energy.
Nom, 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 nom.
No.
That is
You
raw
stick out a tongue and
psionic.
go. Yum, 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 yum.
That is
Hey.
an intense amount of raw psionic energy. By actually passing the test, you get an idea of what she did. She just used her own mind to fold space and time to move herself and her drones out of here. You don't know how far she's gone. You do know that is a terrifying amount of power.
Hello? Anyone
Ew.
here?
No, she just folded space and left with all of her
Hey,
drones and shit.
can I borrow your thermic lance? I'll pay for the charges.
Why?
They left. I'm gonna carve some of this bio stuff out, throw it in my forge, mess with it later.
Why not just go back to the pod area and rip one of the pods off, because that's probably some of the higher end stuff.
Nah, it's thinking.
Oh,
The-
there's stuff all over this place that you could try and find.
Yeah.
I think we should go back to where she was birthed first.
Let's take a little jaunt, and if they haven't left, then we need to leave. But if
Yeah,
they've all
it's-
left, this is our one opportunity to, I don't know, do shit.
We're working
Yeah,
our way
but-
back. That's the
Yeah.
For an
Gather.
informational, because Blast has the connection to the structure here, all authoritative minds are gone. The administrator definitely left with her.
And
Which-
she said took the drones, so they probably took the entire force.
Yeah, but Blast is now the only one linked up to the functions of this facility.
it is a lot easier to navigate when you aren't having to try to hide from somebody.
Yup. Can he just
It
take
is
over?
technically speaking, yes. There isn't actually that much to take over. What you end up taking over is basically they don't really have security cameras. Instead, they kind of monitor mines that are passing through the tunnels. There is not a single other mine in here.
Can he find where the gear of the pirate team that was sent down here before was left?
What do you mean? What gear are you talking about?
Remember, there was a team of pirates that was sent in to investigate that they lost contact with.
No.
Does anybody
I
else remember this?
I remember
Yeah,
there was a pirate
the original
team,
pirates that we ran into.
but
yeah, they're still here, but
Oh, I thought they had gotten sent into the tunnels and lost contact.
oh, right, that's right. They are in the tunnels already. Never mind. You do find a collection of mines in there. I forgot that I already moved them into the tunnels. Thank you for reminding me. They're not dead.
They're just
They're still.
lost?
Nope. You find them at one of the drone production facilities. You can feel confusion from them as they had been fighting until, everything suddenly vanished.
So
So Blast is chuckling. He's like, "All right, I've taken over the facility. Her birthing chamber is this way."
They have
Um,
not found that. They've only found where they were producing drones from. It looks like, based off of some of the signatures you're getting, it looks like they were blowing them. Like they actually made a pretty hefty dent in drone production before everything just fucked off.
we'll just continue to walk by, let them kind of pick themselves up. Like,
oh no, we're not even in the same area.
No, you're not.
oh, okay.
Yeah, Blast is just gonna look over and be like, "It was Silco that was the manager in training, right?"
Yes.
It's just like, "Hey, Silco, I know where the pirate team is. They're apparently blowing up drone birthing pods. Not
good for
like
them.
it's going to make any difference right now. Should I let them know that the situation's resolved, or should you
I
connect
don't
up with
think the
Lieutenant
pirates are
first?"
any of our concern. They're a third party, if anything.
Well,
Leave them to
then
their
you
own
might want to.
devices.
Well, then you might want
Siri,
to let the lieutenant know.
Siri's just gonna go. So why did I lose time?
Oh, you're weak psionically. So, yeah.
That does not answer to that question. Thank you.
The big mama woke up and froze everybody.
The crystal consciousness that you once had in your lockers.
I missed it.
Yes.
Oh, damn it.
We're on our way to her birthing pod, though, so you might get some insights from there.
Yeah.
Well, the pods are interesting at least. I got to look at one of them with the drones. They can function on a much smaller level than we can. I'm not sure how
interesting.
small.
Mm.
So yeah, at that
Just,
point, finding what she was birthed in is actually pretty simple.
just when we get in there, I'm gonna pull out my little flask. Yep. This is a good part for this. It's a good part for drinking.
As I hear you uncork something.
Yeah, that was the whole point, because sound effect.
Here, I'll give you. Let me see. It's not really that important where I'm about to put you. I'm just putting you here so you can see what the little birthing area looks like. There you go. Because I did have it set up as a place you could like go into and like do your shit in.
Cool. And just You guys look around. I'm gonna be Actually, no. I'll talk to him later. Yeah.
It's like a
It's just
gate.
this little area. Yeah, it was like looking at it, touching it. You can tell that it's got like projectors that are supposed to be able to seal it off.
Mm.
The way it's set up is basically this is where the body gets made, and you're supposed to put all your chemicals and stuff in here,
I see.
and then it transfers between the two. But it's
I-
powered down now.
Yeah.
I mean, Blast can turn it back on if you like.
The fact that, and he's gonna walk over and then see the other one.
Yeah, there's two. A series like so it is set up for two to be born.
Gonna check to see if the chemicals are the same amount in both.
There's only traces left on one of them. This one's completely empty. Looks like nothing was getting woken up in this one.
Okay, so there was no chemicals. There was no process inside. Okay.
No.
Probably
looks like
lack
this-
of supplies on site.
Well, based off of like series theory, because based off of how much do you actually tell her, come to think of it? Do you just leave it at, oh, she woke up and left?
That's all Blast says, because that's company secrets.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Did you actually tell her more? If not, then she's not going to have any ideas as what's going on.
Confidentiality.
Oh, come on.
Looks like
I didn't
this
go
was,
through all this work not to know anything. You're a scientist, you get it.
Oh, I do.
You're a scientist who, values their work. So you're not just gonna crack open your research and just start sharing it, right?
Well, I mean, I've shared a lot of my research with you guys.
Well, I'll leave it up to the manager in training. It's up to him.
You should join the company. I'm sure you could be a great asset.
I mean, that is a valid point. They would probably be willing to pay premium for somebody who has preemptive study of these creatures.
It's not a bad idea.
I can get you started in the employment process.
And then you'd probably have the Doomco legal team to help defend you.
Oh, that's right. I am gonna need. I already have a lawyer, but they have better. I'll have to think about it. By the way, as one member of your original team survived, he now gets a name. Meet Private Rain.
Private Rainin.
Rain, just Rain. Yeah, that's. By the way, that is how I'm handling NPCs in this. If you have a
have to
teammate that actually survives a mission, he gets a name. Otherwise, they're faceless mooks.
Accepted. Blast is just gonna be like going through and seeing what things in here, might have data storage or anything like that.
So the way that this is set up is basically you put chemicals into here, and whatever base genetics that has been put in with it does its bit, and it gets sent over here. Nothing really gets stored per se. You find that this system has an incredible lack of information, and even a lot of the basic OS stuff you would expect, like operating system stuff you would expect. It seems that there's an assumption that whatever's interacting with this facility is going to already know what the machines are supposed to do and can then direct the machines to do their thing.
Fair enough.
Based off of what you can tell and that, you're guessing pretty much all of what you could consider software, quote unquote, is built into the actual drones, not the machines.
Are the crystals still the remains of the crystals still stored in this area?
Actually, yes, both of them are still there. They are completely empty.
Hey, Blast will pluck them out. That's still two blank
So,
supercomputers.
oh, it's better than that. These crystals are about the size of your fist. What you actually need to run the navigation computers on a spaceship is about the size of your pinky.
So Blast is just going to, while everybody's gawking and staring at stuff, especially Siri, he's just
Well-
going to pluck them and stick them into a pocket of his armor.
Are they in here or are they in here? Is the question.
Oh, they were over here.
They're over in this thing.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm letting people take different pieces of stuff around here.
Yeah. No, I just Blast does not want Siri to see them, so that she cannot claim those were mine originally.
Do I need an
You
awareness
do-
test to see you do this?
Yeah, I was about to say, Blast, I will need a sleight of hand if you're trying to genuinely hide it.
Primarily from Siri, who's on the other side of the wall.
I still just need
Yeah.
that. She,
Uh,
I promise you, unless she rolls single digit, she's not passing. So unless you roll like 100, she's not gonna notice. Yeah, you're fine.
Not gonna say anything. Hey, Blast, did you want any of this stuff? As I'm cutting away at the floorboards.
like, I will leave it to you on the condition. Hell, I'll help you on the condition that you make something to strengthen my own psionic capabilities, like this facility does.
Work on it. It'll be a good project, you know. I gotta work on my my forging ability, and if I can make you some sweet psionic metal armor, that'd be cool, right?
Yeah.
Although it'll be a one of, because
So
you could
Blast,
put on a lot of armor.
Mm-hmm.
you feel the minds of the pirates starting to head in this direction. They've finished up at the drone production facility, and they're on the move.
Are there like doors and stuff that can be closed?
Not really. There's a few energy things like this that can be sealed up on some of the pod rooms, but the actual hallways are built for things to just be able to move through very quickly.
Can I just lock them in the pod room for a bit?
You can attempt to. You doubt it'll hold them longer than it takes them to get out of shape charge and blast it, as they have done that several times.
Yeah, no, but he will do that. He's going to be like, Blast is just going to, in the process of pulling a couple panels off, be like, hurry up, guys. We should not be here. The pirates are on their way here. Somebody contact the lieutenant. I'm kind of trying to close doors and shit on them.
Okay, sure.
Blast.
Hmm.
If you pass over those, and I'll keep good care of them.
Later.
You're.
A series like pass over what?
Blast gives him a dirty look. Some random bits and bobs I ripped off a wall.
Yeah, but taking samples all over the place. I have no doubt I'm not going to be able to get back in here later, so I need what I can grab.
Yeah.
Rip panel off. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
But
Can I
yeah,
use the Medicae kit to take samples as well?
That's no problem. You can take chemical samples. I thought you were already taking chemical samples. I was actually
Yeah.
assuming you already had them.
This
Since
thing
they're-
here. I just wanted to make sure I could. It's just the
Alright.
ones
Yeah.
from this one.
Then since you're busy gathering, I'm going to and everybody else is busy gathering. I'm paging the lieutenant.
Yeah, but I was about to ask who's doing that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can
you were doing the mental thing.
Yeah, but apparently I can just click door. You know?
It is very, very straightforward of a system. It's the question of how distracted you want to be keeping track of them. Because it is possible to lose track of them if you're not paying attention and doing other things.
Okay, then contact
It's
them.
up to you.
No, hey, you contact them. Ripping panels off a wall doesn't require much focus, and it allows me to pay attention to them.
It is a multitasking skill that is required for, splitting your attention like that.
Yeah.
Manager, go ahead. You're
Siva was one of you just do it then if you're gonna do it. Good fuck.
Okay, I'll do it. Lieutenant. Oh, connection to the server has been interrupted. And that's back. Lieutenant.
Ooh. There's going to be kind of a pause before the lieutenant comes on as she's just, yes? Oh, Silco, yes.
We have investigated the facility.
Huh, that's good. How did we do?
The primary
This-
target has disappeared.
I see.
She
Would
has...
Would she have taken the hostiles with her? I'm trying to identify why we're not being assaulted anymore.
That would be correct, ma'am.
Ah, that's good.
She spatial folded with her mind in front of us.
Less good?
But she took all the opposing forces with her. The pirates are currently coming our way. We found the birthing pods.
I'll call it... We'll call it even. That's fine. Do not engage the pirates. We still have a flotilla out there, and I do not feel like being shot by spaceborne weaponry today.
I feel the same way.
They're going to come, they're going to take us captive, and we're going to just accept it. Doomco will negotiate our release.
Will they be taking our belongings as well?
I don't know.
Hmm.
We can discuss it with them, but as they are members of the Pirate King's crew, they are relatively trustworthy enough that once their word is given on something, it is given enough.
How about we keep...
Relatively.
Certain question come arise. How about we keep what we find within the birthing pods inside privates? Matt, your name's escaping me. It's Siva or Siva? Siva, right?
either works. It's actually Siva, but everyone
is
calls
Siva.
me Siva because it's
Okay.
just
Siva. Private Siva could keep the things we find within her domain.
It would likely be wise to do so, yes.
Very well. I will make the suggestion. Any other orders from you, ma'am?
How return to the main group? We should reconvene.
I'm going to
And-
double check to make sure we have the secure connection and say we found some crystals.
Oh. Define found crystals for me. There's a lot of crystals in the galaxy.
Crystals that housed her consciousness within inside them. The being we were looking for.
Very interesting.
And that's all?
Well, for now, pull back, if you would please. Reconvene with our group. We're regrouping. That's the word the GM was looking for. Regrouping. We're
Hornets.
regrouping at this point.
Very well.
Did you let her know I have control of the facility now?
I don't really know that you have control of the facility.
Yes, you do. He said so.
Okay. it seems that Private Blast has control psychically of the facility as well, so we'll try to get you in due haste.
She's like, good. That'll make things faster.
Very well. So, yeah, I'll just tell the guys. I've let the lieutenant know, and she has requested us to fall back to these coordinates. Blast, do you think you could find them for us?
Yeah.
I'm not going to rush us, since we have more time, since you know our way, Blast.
Not as much time as the
They're
guys are on a
They've
really
already made it out of the pod rooms, by the way.
Yeah.
They have a lot of shape charges, apparently.
Yeah, they brought a lot of bombs, so they're blowing through any barriers that I can make. So we should start heading
Honestly,
out.
they didn't even bother blowing the barrier. They just put it on the wall and blew a hole through one wall into another corridor. You kind of watched like their minds moving, and then you got the register of the breach on both sides of it, and you're like, oh, well, that
That's
actually is
pretty
probably
smart.
what I would. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I would do too.
Don't forget to check your event thing. Oh, sorry, it was red.
So you guys grab samples of a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And I assume you make it out. You want to make your way out of there before the pirates arrive.
Yep.
That would be ideal.
All right. Regrouping with the lieutenant and the rest of the Doomco team. Lieutenant is more than happy to see you again. Let me. No, we're not going to stay along on the map, so I'm just going to put you on here again. So, of the people available, I'm going to leave us with just the survivor count.
Remember, I did recover the bodies.
Oh yeah,
So
no, that's
we
good.
we can go down the elevator to get them. Since I now have control of the facility, apparently.
Yes. Oh, you actually have control of the whole facility. You have access to cameras and stuff, and you're like, oh, so the administrator really did have more access than everybody else. You discover that there is actually effectively like a psionic node that allows people to access the mundane computer systems psionically. It was very subtly woven into things, and by the looks of it, it probably didn't activate until a specific command signal was sent.
Might be a fun thing to take before we access this.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, of the team, this is all that survived. One of the heavies, 3 of the troopers, and the other medic. And
Probably
of
because the
course,
rest were protecting the medic.
yeah, the sharpshooter survived, and then Lieutenant Zhao.
Lieutenant, how's it going?
As you ask that, you notice that it looks like one of her arms was almost taken off, and she's got wounds straight down that entire side. And she's like, fantastic, wonderful, in fact.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Oh, yes.
I imagine our friendly medic has.
He's already
what's the
got her
word?
more than stabilized.
Okay, I was going to say, probably lost a lot of his supplies or used a lot of them.
Oh yeah, everybody's wounded. She's just the worst off.
Okay, because I have them available if anyone needs it.
Well, I still just be like,
he's out of supplies.
Yeah, I figured.
Well, I still just be like, I never use this rifle. Who needs the ammo?
And just the other heavy's just, nah, I got plenty still. Gestures at the other dead heavy as he's like, plenty.
No, I'm not talking the heavy. I'm talking the assault rifle that they give me as a backup that I never freaking use.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like they didn't give you a pistol; they just gave you an assault rifle.
Yep.
That's your
My hands
sidearm.
are big.
It's
And
just
he's offering that ammo to the other troopers who used an assault rifle.
the general answer to this is, we're all about to be taken captive for a while, so we're not really gonna need it.
I mean, that's possible, though I'm unsure how that's. Well,
Zhao's
what?
just, no, it's not possible, it's happening.
I mean, fair, but I figured that once the dreadnought shows up, they're going to be a little more distracted.
Maybe. I would rather not rock the boat when ship cannons are pointed at this asteroid.
That's
Rem-
fair.
Remember, so long as the pirates are on the asteroid, their ship doesn't fire. When they leave the asteroid or they're dead, they no longer have a reason not to fire.
Yeah. Just,
Well, if there's any precious gear that you can't afford or don't want to afford losing, give it to me. I'll stow it.
She's like, I've already negotiated for our general gear with the captain. That's fine. The only real concern is any loot that we take off this base.
Yeah, I'll stow it. For yeah.
But speaking of the collective Leviathan, last,
Mm-hmm.
you feel an immense mind enter in the system.
Lass is just going to hand the 2 crystals in a satchel. So stick them in your cubby hole. I'll want them back.
Okay.
By the way, Lieutenant, the Leviathan's here.
And trying to contact you.
And holds up a finger. One moment, I'm being contacted by them. And this is last. in the imagery, obviously.
Oh, yes. And I'm going to turn on a voice changer for this again, so.
Little one, we understand that you have found tyrants.
Couldn't
We
understand the
do
last part.
not. We understand that you have found tyrants. Where
Pirates.
are
Did you say
they?
pirates or
Tyrants. Tyrants.
pylons?
That word.
Articulation in that mod is very difficult.
Yeah, it really is.
Hold on. Let me turn things down. What about that, Paul? Do you understand the word tyrant? No?
I'm
Ha,
No.
ha it.
Still no?
No,
Say
the
Damn
problem is the problem with that is you are talking fast enough to where the echoes garble it completely.
The word was tyrant. I apologize.
Oh, I
tyrant.
got. He said.
You said it's because I'm talking too fast. Let's see if I slow down a bit with it, if that will help.
tyrant.
Nope.
I heard tyrant.
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 So just, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you understand what word I was going for now, right?
Yes. Tyrant.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's waiting to answer.
Inflated
Huh?
answer?
It wants to know where the tyrants went.
I will explain through imagery because I saw it that this individual folded space and give the impressions that I got from the fold.
I did.
One of the great minds, then. One of the two. Unfortunate.
He'll just
Was that? Did you understand what I said there, or should I just not leave that one on? Is it too garbled?
I'd recommend leaving that one off. It's just a bit too garbled.
Ah, shame.
It's
Well,
we have to think about what you say to parse it out,
That is unfortunate. Let's
or at
see
least
if
I do.
No, that's relevant. If you don't understand what I'm saying,
There's
then
no
that's a
point.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make a couple small changes and see if
Like, does that work better? Or is it the reverb that's the problem?
It's the reverb. It's entirely the reverb.
So the reverb is the problem. What about with that? Without the reverb, is it more understandable?
Do your whole shindig you were doing at the very beginning. Let's see if we can hear it.
Alright, we have come seeking the tyrants. Where are they?
Better.
Much better. You are
Much
entirely understandable.
so it's the reverb that was the problem.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave the reverb off. I'll remove that on the other one. I have it on too. But I'll do that in a minute. For now. They're just like
So the tyrant has left. The old mines are gone. Unfortunate.
Lass is just going to be like, agreed, the tyrant, as you put it, in her own words, left us with the original gift as she had other priorities to get to.
The gift of a free life.
Exactly. A gift that will only be given once.
No doubt. Unfortunate, once more. Understandable. You could not stop them. Not if she chose not to let you.
That was the impression I got, though she was surprised when me and some of my comrades were able to see through her visual guise.
Deception. Worry not of this. It is unfortunate they have escaped. We will need to take our leave then.
It's like, understood, though surprising. I expected a great amount of curiosity involving a facility that, by its nature, strengthens one's psionic capabilities.
We know of their materials. We know of their facilities. We have no need of them.
He'll be like, advisement. The tyrant that spoke to us, you referred to her as one, or referred to it as one of the two?
The twins is what they are called.
Implications given by her is her first order of business is going to be to revive, resurrect, awaken somehow her brother.
The only path for us is to inform he who gazes into the abyss. From there, no other mind mobile might stop them. A concern for the Greaters, not for us.
Understood.
Hmm. Hmm. The Pirate King is here. We will speak with them.
with that the mind's gone from you. Its attention's gone from you.
Yep. He's just going to look at the lieutenant. Well, since the tyrant's gone, apparently the Leviathan doesn't really have much of a purpose here, though I feel though they are going to speak to the pirate captain or the pirate king on our. I do not know if it's on our behalf or on their own, but they are speaking to him.
It sounds like the collective and the Pirate King have a interesting relationship. We don't
Yes.
know much about it, though we do know there are a few collective ships that have gone pirate and joined them. Which is as encouraging as it sounds, to be frank.
I mean, anything for a good fight.
Yes, well. Damn. As she says that, emerging from the lower sections are the pirates in question. Well, actually, maybe the reverb on that won't be too bad. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted for a second there. The pirates will actually emerge from the lower sections of the station. And the captain there is going to kind of dust off her pants, and she's going to kind of look over all of you, which I will pull her and her team's pictures out so you can have a look at them again. Boo. These guys here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make sure her name's on there. It is Captain Fortuna. Alright, she's going to look over the lot of you.
Well, you're alive! Well, most of you are alive. Nobody's dead that wasn't dead when I left. Good job! Congratulations! Except for those of you that were in the gene lab, there's notably less of you than there were before. My condolences.
Bless just. He shrugs. He's still organizing bodies that he had recovered.
Well, it seems that the threat is gone. It is gone, right? They've all vanished, left, run off, disappeared into the ether.
And the lieutenant's just like, yes, they're gone. And the captain will clap her hands.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, you are all now my captives officially then. Please do not resist. Please do not force us to do anything unfortunate. We have been already negotiated a perfectly reasonable agreement as to how your surrender is going to be handled and how you will be held until, of course... Matt, you can't understand it?
No, we can understand
I
you.
can't hear you.
You can't hear
I hear
me?
a little squirrely voice.
Have you not turned me up on the thing? Oh wow.
I have no idea about the rest of you guys.
I can
I
hear him.
can. Yeah, I can
Let me
hear
turn on the
him
pitch.
perfectly
Hold on. Maybe
clearly.
I just need to turn my. Okay.
Like I
Oh,
was
there it goes. Yeah, it's good.
He just had you down
Yeah.
too low.
kept going because nobody was like, oh yeah, we can't understand you or anything.
Would have said it.
Like,
Yeah.
I've been using it for a little bit before that.
No stress. We understand you now.
Wait, we're good?
Yeah.
We're good. Okay. Right. So, where was I? Right. So we have already negotiated what conditions you will be held in. Your equipment is, of course, going to be held safe, though we will have to ask you to disarm, especially if you have explosives. But, otherwise, we're going to bring you aboard the Rusty Cutlass. That's my ship, by the way. And you will be our guests, and you will be held until we have negotiated appropriately with Dunco for your release. Savvy? Savvy.
And with that, people will be bundled off. You will all be searched rather thoroughly for. They're not really concerned overtly about like knives and stuff, though they do take them. They're trying to make sure you don't like blow a hole in the side of the ship.
Fair enough.
So they're obviously taking my thermal lance.
They're very much taking your thermal lance. It will be returned to you, is what you're being assured, but they are taking the thermal lance.
He's just going to be like, if you tinker with it, it may blow up. Fair warning.
And she's just like, oh,
We're very well aware of what happened when you play with Dynasty Tech that's been salvaged. Most people aren't suicidal enough to do it in the first place.
He just winks at her.
Oh, don't get flirty with me now. I might like it.
I get flirty with everybody.
You haven't got flirty with me.
Well, that's because you look like a ball sack.
Fair point.
I'm just saying. No offense. I mean, if you take offense, I wouldn't be surprised, but, you know.
Like, let me clarify. I get flirty with everybody of a different gender.
Now, are you sure what gender I am?
Until confirmed, I go by the tone of voice.
I will leave it to a gamble then, shall we?
Gambling's always fun.
So, you guys are actually going to be held for a little while. You're not sure what exactly happens, but you do know there is some fighting that happens outside, like ship-to-ship fighting. You guys all will recognize, the sound of main armaments firing. And you'll hear that a couple times before it just remains quiet. And while you're held, held very courteously. You're given food, entertainment.
I have to ask. Do I have an idea of what they were firing at as eventually I lose connection to the facility?
Using initially, when you still have access to this facility's sensors, they're not sophisticated enough for you to get details of the fight beyond what I'm going to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But it can basically be run down to they headed out with a small alliance flotilla.
Figured as much.
They put a hole straight through it. The one that was leading it all was a ship that, according to the sensors, comes up as the King's Fortune. Which presumably is the Pirate King's actual flagship. It did not stay behind the other ships. It went into the teeth of them. Notably, the Leviathan actually went through the flotilla with them before they went their separate ways once they were out of system and past the Alliance. It is known, especially by you, Blast, that the Collective and the Alliance are still effectively at war.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that big of a surprise that the Leviathan looked at a flotilla of Alliance ships and went, fuck you. It's just not. So, I will give you guys a quick choice. If you like, we can do some RP with the pirates for a bit. Or if you're not interested in that, we can just skip along to the next bit of this for when you're released. If you guys don't particularly care about the pirates, we can just move along.
I mean, the only thing Blast would be doing is trying to work out, train, because he does that incessantly.
Work out what?
Work out and train,
Ah,
because he
they
does that incessantly.
you will be under guard for it, but they will let you use their little gym, which
Does
is
thou hoist, brethren?
you will
Yes,
find
I
yourself
hoist brethren.
this big guy here, the blue one with the mechanical beard. He will get into a lifting competition with you at some point.
Entirely fair.
Like it's one of those two people that are picking up the largest weights on the thing, make eye contact and go, "We must."
Yep. It's
Come with
just going
me
to
if
be.
you want to lift.
It's just going to be one curls at the other curls back, and it begins.
That is exactly how it goes. There's no need for words.
The Empire
Exactly.
lifts back. I have a bunch of these jokes.
Oh, feel free.
I'm just
But
I'm just gonna wait in the hall as they're kind of doing some stuff, and if somebody walks by, I'm like, "Come with me if you want to lift."
and just you are under guard. Like all of you are under guard whenever you're not in the cells. And there's only two of you that's allowed out at once.
Oh,
But
lame.
when the pirates, when they're kind of just moving through their ship, like if you yelled at one of them when somebody's lifting, it's just, no, we're not that stupid. We've been in the lift competitions. We're not doing that. The only one that keeps up with them is him, gestures at their robot, and that's because he's a fucking robot. So watching... Actually, hey, you want to see something hilarious?
Okay.
And they just egg the robot to go into the gym and start getting into the lift competition, and you just watch as the competitive spikes in this dude.
Yep.
As he's just must beat the robot.
Blast joins in entirely, obviously.
The two of you will pass out long before. Just there's no question.
So, what do you guys do for fun around here besides, pirate stuff?
Read books, watch vids, roll in the money pit.
Oh, damn, I guess I have a money pit? Fuck.
You want to see the money pit?
I would love to see the money pit. I've never seen a money pit in my life.
Alright, but we will have to make sure you don't take anything out of the money pit.
Well, I'm not jumping in it, I just want to see it.
Alright. The one that will bring you to the money pit is this fine gentleman here. He is the ship engineer, and he goes by Rivet. As in, like, riveting things to other things.
Yeah.
And he'll lead you over to... Like, they have a vault that has some automated turrets on it. And he'll get it popped, and inside is just a pit that is full of gold and just coinage and stuff from a dozen different worlds and people.
You guys actually have, like... It's not credits, those are like real gold coins.
There's gold coins, silver coins, gemstones, bank
I'm
notes.
asking Ribbit, like, because normally in a futuristic society they have... It's all virtual.
He's like, well, yeah, not everybody does virtual coinage, you know. Most people do, because, I mean, it's kind of backwards to not. But then you got the dragons, draconians there. They love coinage. Just love it.
So I'm guessing your boss steals from dragons too.
Not often. Usually it's people going to trade with dragons.
No.
Well, yeah, I mean, have you ever fought a dragon? No, you haven't fought a dragon.
I don't want to fight a dragon. That sounds terrible.
It's they're. It's like saying, "Let me go rob a dynasty."
I know somebody who would.
Technically possible, not very likely.
I mean, I know somebody who would.
Is it the lizard?
No. Although probably.
Is it another dynasty? Because that's different.
No.
Well, I don't want to know then.
Yeah, probably best. They'd
It's
win
very
too.
honest.
They'd win too. Yeah. But they have better things to do.
Yeah.
Like harass me.
Sounds like the captain.
Yeah, pretty much. So you just it's a full blown like member of the crew. You're just allowed to at any point just whee and just dive into that shit.
Yep.
Oh shit! No wonder pirating is a popular thing.
Oh
Money
yeah.
pit.
I mean, once we get back to Tortuga, then this money pit gets drained. But then we gotta refill it, and I don't consider that a bad thing.
So you just walk up, somebody pulls the lever, someone goes, pull the lever, crunk, and you pull it, and the whole thing just goes shing, just drops in.
No. We have to rearrange the bills, separate the coinage, all that jazz.
You don't have a machine that does it for you? Just jump it
Of
into a
course we
giant
do.
sorting machine?
Well, of course we got a sorting machine. The fuck do you think we are, madmen? You see all this shit? As he gestures to the money pit. I don't want to have to go through all that shit.
I don't know. Some people really like their money.
Anyway, the other thing that we do anytime we get to Tortuga is search everybody to make sure nobody stole anything out of the pit.
What if it's accidental? Like you dive in, but you're in your armor and you got some in the crevices of your armor.
You're supposed to check your stuff for that, but as long as it's not super large denominations, nobody gets mad because it does happen, especially to 0-0.
Easy peasy.
He gets shit caught in his he gets shit caught in his joints all the time.
Why is my actuator on my left arm not working? Oh, there is money in it.
Bosses?
Darn.
Yeah. Oh, he's like Griffith's like, yeah, he comes to me sometimes with exactly that problem. He'll have his arm locked up. I'll go in there and pull out a diamond or something, and it's like 0, and he's like, son of a bitch, not again.
Huh. Well, cool and all, but I mean,
Otherwise, we usually spend our time over watching movies.
yeah, I'll do it. What's your favorite thing about pirating besides money?
The money.
Oh, okay. No, that makes sense.
Also, people not telling me what to do, except the captain, but
I mean, you got to answer
captain's
somebody.
orders. Yeah.
Oh.
But more, fuck the government.
You pay pretty okay. Not great, but whatever.
I mean, yeah, but do they pay you enough to have a money pit?
No, they don't. Like,
You see that
they
money
don't
pit?
have public access money pit. They have one back at the home office.
You see that money pit?
Mm-hmm.
That money pit right there gets divided between us. Right?
It's a lot of
Each
work.
of us get a share.
Mm.
Well, yeah, no, it is a lot of work, and that's up to Honey over there to go through and do all the counting and the share stuff. She's technically our
Accountant.
what's the word? Nah, the other thing for ships. Quartermaster.
Oh, okay.
Make sure the money. It's like being an accountant, only you also have to keep track of all the food stores.
And the guns. And the
Exactly.
explosives. And the bullets and the armor. And yeah, I know.
Exactly. Anyway, we all get certain shares. She makes sure it's all fair.
Want to smoke?
Nah, no smoking on the ship.
I've been doing it this whole time.
Yeah, I know. It's a joke. Smacks you in the arm.
Oh. Like, I don't know if I don't know what I would do if I wasn't smoking. I'd probably get all jittery and shit.
Yeah, no, it's just a joke. We're
Oh.
pirates. The fuck are we gonna care if you smoke?
I don't know. Maybe that's like an unspoken rule. Like, the captain's really serious about no smoking. I don't know.
Nah, the only thing Captain's serious about is her worship to Ember. Anything else? Nah.
Hmm.
Have you
Okay.
heard the word of Ember?
No, why don't you tell me about it?
Shit, I didn't think you'd actually ask that. Most people go, nah, I don't want to hear that shit.
I don't know.
We're hokey religions. Oh no, I don't. I'm not actually religious, man.
Oh, okay.
All I can tell you about Ember is what the boss has said, and that is fuck the establishment.
Oh,
Burn it all to the ground. Freedom is the only way forward.
well, I kind of work for like Doomco right now. That probably wouldn't go well
Yeah,
for me.
no.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it. Would not bet on it. Nah, but Ember is all about freedom, you know?
Hmm.
Fuck the man, freedom, burn shit, steal
Does,
shit,
does
do
Doomco
whatever.
count? Considering that they sell guns and explodies and shit to everyone. That's pretty free. It's like guns for everyone if you can buy it.
I mean,
It's pretty free. Yeah.
we like them because we buy our weapons from them. Why do you think we were so happy to negotiate appropriately with you guys? Why do you think we were so willing to not leverage the fact that we had ships in orbit ready to dominate everything and to make it an unconditional surrender? We respect Doomco.
Yeah, because where else are you going to get guns? It's really hard to get guns anywhere else. Doomco's made sure of it.
Well, you could go with normal smugglers and weapons dealers, but honestly, can you trust them? Nah, you can trust Doomco, not to fuck you in the ass.
Yeah, they want repeat customers if you live.
Exactly.
Well,
Eh, Anyway, off back to the cells with you. Your out time's done. I gotta get somebody else.
oh, so
Hey, gotta have
can't.
a fair rotation.
Well, what if I go to the chapel thing?
Well, you want to go to the chapel?
Yeah, the Ember thing, so somebody can tell me about this Ember person.
I'll tell the captain that you're interested.
Yeah, cool. All right, back to the cells with me.
So boring. Yeah, when you kill them pretty fast.
Another game.
Yes.
Yeah.
So-
Back to the cells with me.
Yes.
I'm just gonna arrive back with the group and be like, they have a money pit.
Just one of the others is like, wait, seriously? I thought that was a joke.
No, it's real.
Holy shit, they have a. Why don't we have a money pit?
It's at the corporate office.
I want to go to corporate office, and then you've now sparked a conversation of I want a money pit.
And that'll keep us entertained.
Yes.
I'm gonna recall them about the money pit.
Silco. Any particular interactions you would like to have with the crew?
I think I'll
As-
talk. Actually, no, I didn't really want to talk. I wanted to check out samples, but I don't really. I'm very eager to do it, but at the same time, I kind of understand that I'm in a tight predicament. I don't have much to work with currently.
Your actual issue is a lack of equipment.
Yeah,
more
yeah,
than
exactly.
anything.
That's what I meant.
I will have. You will notice that Siri has been spending a lot of time talking to the captain, though. By the by.
Captain, as in like captain of the current ship.
Yes, Captain Fortuna.
Okay.
The two of them have been talking a lot.
Maybe I should make sure she doesn't spill any of her secrets.
What does she know about you guys, really?
Too much.
Well, she might be negotiating potentially for her to be part of the pirate science team.
She, if you recall, while she got dragged along with you, is not part of your team, This wasn't actually negotiated with for her terms. So you don't know what's going to happen to her or with her moving forward.
Maybe I should try to get her on the. I should go do the sales pitch, Doomco sales pitch. Yeah, let's go check up on them. See how they're doing.
You'll find, like you'll have talk to her like when she gets back from one of her trips out, and she'll just be, going to settle back into her part of the cells, just like uh, looking at the ceiling.
So, have you had any thoughts on joining the Doomco?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about it. And if I join Doomco, I might still get arrested.
It's a big might there.
Not that big of a might. I mean, I did, break intergalactic law, some of which Doomco actually upholds itself. At least I've been told they uphold it. So, if I do join, I might get turned over, which would be, not ideal.
Though, just between us, I am on the management track, and I could put in a good word for you.
If you're management chair, you would be able to tell me if I would get arrested, right?
Yes, I would.
Well, would I? And go ahead and give me a roll on your legal knowledge.
That
I believe you should have.
bureaucracy.
Yes, bureaucracy would be the roll for that.
Bada boom, bada bing. 1 plus extra grief success.
It really depends on what skills she has, because if she doesn't have the right skills that Doomco's looking for, then they will just turn her over. Whereas if she has valuable skills, they will negotiate with governments to try and get a hold of her and put her on effectively a work release program with them instead of having her go to jail.
And
Either
I'll,
way, she would be marked as a criminal, but one would have her working for Doomco, one wouldn't. And it all depends completely on if she has skills they can use. And the geneticist skills don't really qualify.
I mean, keep in mind at the very beginning, they were very curious if you had geneticist skills for some of their more quiet projects.
They actually did not. They asked what skills he had. When we don't really have anybody for biology, but can you do medical work?
Yeah.
And then they didn't ask further questions. And because they don't know anything, there's nothing awkward to have come up. You know what I
Correct.
mean?
So what I'll do is I'll play on the whole what I did situation. Like, if you have proper medical training, you can take the same track I did. And I think you do, being a geneticist.
She's like, well, yeah, I could put somebody back together. I mean, I haven't done doctoring work in a while,
And it's a good step forward. Put your foot in the door. I can tell you that it's not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable. And I can help you play your cards right.
Or alternatively, I could go to work on Tortuga and do what I want.
That is true. One for another.
But Tortuga does occasionally get raided by the Alliance when they can find it. So technically speaking, I could still end up arrested. Technically.
And without all the protections afforded by working with Doomco.
But then I'd have to work for Doomco.
It's not that bad.
Well, I've heard nothing but good things about it, but there's a reason I kind of didn't want to keep working for, governments and stuff. Too many rules.
Rules. Yes, that is a difficulty if you don't have the power.
They don't want me to work on my projects.
You find time to work on your projects.
No, it's just that, it's inhumane. Oh, you shouldn't do that. You're playing God. Whoever even asked you? If I want to create life in a bathtub, I'm going to create life in a bathtub, okay? If I want to change my entire genetic code and splice it in with an alien genetic code, I should be allowed to. It's my body.
Is your body,
that's
I agree.
illegal. But that's illegal. And if I grow my own body to, just another body, that can't be your property. It's a living being. It's not a living being. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's just a body I grew to see how it would work.
He's just silently nodding along, trying not to divulge any secrets of himself.
Try not to be too enthusiastically. Yeah, right? Exactly.
I believe the subtle smirk that's on your face is give enough to somebody of a similar trade.
There's no subtle smirk. There is stone cold.
Here, we will roll both a willpower and a fellowship test to see if there's any subtle signs.
Willpower?
Yeah, it's because I don't know what else I would want to do for. I mean, I guess we could do a raw deceive otherwise.
35 in the willpower. Do I have deceive? I have no deceive.
Yeah, then the fellowship.
The fellowship. No. There is a smirk.
There's a smirk. It's a subtle smirk, though. It's a subtle smirk. Because you pass the willpower enough not to go, yes, exactly!
Yeah, no, right.
No, it wouldn't have been anything that dramatic, but anybody paying attention might notice a subtle smirk. Let's see if she's paying attention enough. She's not paying attention enough. She's on her own rant currently.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the choice is yours.
People get so upset over things like biodrones. Like, it's like making a robot. It's just made of flesh.
In another life, maybe these things will not be so legal. But for now, you must work between the lines.
Unless I go to Tortuga. And then fuck the lines.
Yes.
But if you go too far past the fuck the lines to where even the pirates get nervous around you, the next time it's raided, you're going to be given away.
Well, I mean, that's kind of against the rules of the Pirate King, from what I understand. And Tortuga, the Pirate King's word is law. Maybe not in the rest of the galaxy, but
this is entirely understandable. What I'm saying is that, your lab gets shifted due to somebody with more authority wanting that position, and you get conveniently positioned to a more easily rated location. They're not breaking the rules, but they're shifting you to a more likely to be gotten out of our hair position.
So what you're saying is, I need to work for the Pirate King himself, so they can't do that. That's smart.
uh, it would be very hard to do, but it is ambition, and I do like to follow that. So if you feel like it is in your best interest, and she's just going to be a little defeated in the sales pitch now.
Blast is just going to pat the scientist on the shoulder. Is like, just keep in mind, working for the Pirate King is, well, could be lucrative. I will not deny this. But if you do anything that gets on his bad side, there's also the probability that he'll just get rid of you himself. Where working for Doomco, while it may have some restrictions, they don't restrict us in what we do in our downtime as long as we keep it quiet, while also assuring our protection to do generally what we want.
You'll also be working with me on a lot of things, I'm sure.
Your eyes didn't glaze over when I was talking technical things. So you might make a decent lab partner, or at least assistant.
And
He's
then
Have you ever
he's gonna
wanted to build a
scoff at
body?
assistant. He's like,
Have you? She's just like, have you ever wanted to build a body?
Blast is
do
just
you
going to
want to
cut
build
over
a
that.
body?
Do you want to build a body?
Blast is just going to glaze past that and go, besides, with your current line of research, working with him will lead you to working with me, and having a psionic mind available could be beneficial.
I make stuff.
I'll think about it. So here's what I'm gonna have you guys do. I'm gonna have both of you roll me charm, fellowship, whatever. Either a charm or a fellowship. If you don't have charm, then it's just gonna be fellowship.
Charm.
To
Have I been
see
charming?
how,
No.
to see how convincing you gentlemen have been.
I've at least got 1 dot in charm from my training.
This is
Would you
But-
like to re-roll it all? Because I will have fate
points come back
reset.
after we finish that. I would like to reroll. Actually, I would like to
Yeah.
have. I can
Is
see her
it-
as a good
I-
asset.
I'm especially offering this because I see that you people do very much want her. I thought you had a dot in charm.
I do. I have a fellowship of 11, remember? It's been his
Oh!
turning point.
Right.
Blast would try to. Honestly, Blast wouldn't be trying to charm her. He's trying to technical nuance her into wanting to join.
Logic?
Logic. Give me a logic.
Where is
All right, rerolling with my fates. It can
Yes.
only be one, or will there be?
There could only be one. All right.
I'll give it a reroll because I want to help.
No.
Oof.
Can't roll higher, correct?
Yep. Not higher. I mean, you have a pretty. You're going for a pretty low roll here.
Yeah,
so
there's
we can
a
hope.
50 something. Yeah.
Damn it.
All right. You're stuck with it at that point.
Yeah, but it's only 1 degree of failure there.
I'll make a couple rolls for Fortuna. I'm gonna give her. Let's give her a charm test. I'll give her 2 rolls. I'll just give her 2 I'll give her 2 charm tests.
74 and a 56.
No, it's a 49 and a 50.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah. Well, you don't want it to be not bad, considering she's your competition on recruiting
I
this
know,
lady.
I know.
Hey, that's still worse than both of our roles.
She actually has charm in
She's a
fellowship.
captain. Yeah, after all, it makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
Her
I
main
only-
job is to be in charge of a ship.
And I only passed by one, so I mean, I understand. It is what it is.
I'm just hoping the fact that we actually fought to keep her ass alive plays in our favor.
Well, question though, if she has more degrees of success or not than me,
She
or is it
does.
equal? Okay, and yeah, no, she it is what it is.
I was having it be collective between the roles,
How much?
and
Yeah,
each of those gives her a degree of success.
What about if
It's only the one because she didn't roll great.
What about if I up some fellowship?
I mean, let's see. Would you roll? You got 14.
14.
You would
I currently
need.
have. I need.
You need to find a way to increase it by 10 to get another degree.
I can increase it by 10. I currently have 15 merit, so yeah, let's put it up to 35.
At that point, I'll basically be flipping a coin for her because you have a match.
Yeah, exactly. That's completely fair.
Let me check how much merit Blast has. Blast has 10 merit. He could buy another dot in logic, which would make his a success. No, it would make it a failure by 1.
Yeah, it still puts you at 1 off.
One intelligence, so 8 merit total would get you what you want.
Yeah, but he has less merit than you.
I have one. I have 1 dot in logic already.
I thought you said 10. I thought you said 10 merit.
Yeah, I have 10 merit.
So 7, right, for the second check mark.
Yep.
And then 1 point of intelligence.
Oh no, that's fair.
That would put you
At
to
1
a
degree of
flat pass.
success.
Mhm.
With his 2, we'd be beating her by 1.
Barely, yeah.
So I'll do that.
Do you want to do that? Do you want to spend your merit on that? Because I am keeping merit expenditures pretty low. Like I'm only going to I'm going to have other ways for you guys to increase stats.
I don't mind a 50-50 roll off for sure.
We'll go with the 50-50 because Blast needs to focus more on his tank abilities.
So to clarify something for you guys, I am going to be having ways for you guys to train up stats that is going to be using in-game time effectively to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to be keeping the merit you guys are going to be getting for this is 30 merit for the entire mission. And that's going to be the most merit you're going to get for a while.
It's fine.
So it's just a question of, do you want to spend your limited pool of merit? Because most of the merit gains you're going to be getting is maybe 5 at a time, with the occasional drop of 20, 30.
I don't think it's a bad thing that my character would get some fellowship, but at the same time,
Oh no, I don't consider it a.
Yeah.
Don't consider it a bad thing for you to spend this either. I just want to make sure you're aware that what I'm going to be doing for them, how much merit I'm going to be giving you, and if you're comfortable spending your merit at that point on this, then feel free to. I just want to make sure you're getting an informed decision on it.
Blast will not be spending his merit. I'll hope for the 50-50 odds.
All right. I am going to roll a 1d2, 1 or 2, Johnny.
Well, you know what? Let's make it fun.
I asked you to tell me what the 1 or you said a 1?
No, I'm a 2.
You rolled the
determined. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You barely went out. It should be all right. Later on, Fortuna is gonna stop by to see you and be like, "Really? You're gonna poach my recruit? I respect the hustle, but I'm a little hurt."
Thanks.
Blast will be like, he's just going to look at her and give that stereotypical of him eye wriggle. It's like, it's a hustle, sweetheart. I mean, you got us locked up.
Sweetheart,
we kept
pet
a recruit.
If you're gonna phrase it as "we have you locked up," I'm sure I could find other ways to take advantage of that, big boy.
Eh.
Got some caramelized popcorn, so I'm just gonna munch on that. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that.
I'm sure I could find a way to take advantage of that, big boy.
Blast is just chuckling.
How do you feel about fuzzy handcuffs?
They tend to break.
Oh, not the ones I have.
It's like, rubs his chin. I have been known to use them, though generally it's me using them. It's just there's a pointed look and a lick of his chops.
Oh, you're fun.
I
Join me
have
for
been
dinner.
told. Why not?
Wonderful.
We're not going to go over the details of what happens at the. We're going to put air quotes around the word dinner.
Obviously. But this is also how you schmooze with the opposing faction. This is
Or-
getting in good with a rival captain.
Or future customer.
Exactly.
You've already been told that the Doomco set, like they've even confirmed that they buy from Doomco all the time, that they're regular customers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's perfectly good reasons to be smoozing with this pirate captain. She's also seems to be in to some degree with the Pirate King, who is one of the major players of the pirates. So
Yep.
especially since, based off of what Siri was telling you, she was negotiating for Siri to join the Pirate King's crew, not hers. So she's at least trusted enough by the Pirate King to negotiate on his behalf. Regardless, you'll have a lovely evening, and there will be a nice meal involved. And handcuffs. It will be on you. She is an inflexible woman on that front. She knows what she likes.
She is the captain after all.
With that, I am going to shuffle you guys along, though.
Yep.
Please do.
As Doomco will negotiate for your release. And you will, in fact, be released. Fortuna will wave a goodbye to all of you and just leave Blast with her phone number, effectively. For if you're ever on Tortuga. If I'm on Tortuga, at the time anyway.
Yep. Blast has a hookup.
And you will all find yourselves back with Doomco. And they will check you over, make sure that wounds have been treated correctly, that checks with you, all of you, to make sure that you were treated correctly by the pirates while you were there. Because, you know, if they broke the agreement of treating the captives well, then Doomco will see that it's handled one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
But once everything's on the up and up, that will be the completion of that particular mission. Congratulations, guys. You have officially completed the first full mission.
Nice.
Like I said, you guys are getting 30 merit.
Nice.
You will also have spent about half a month on the pirate ship, so you'll have spent quite a bit of time there. You got to know the crew somewhat. They were keeping you definitely at a professional, well, except for the captain anyway, a professional distance, as many of them were treating this as a standard business transaction as far as they were concerned.
Did Matt ever figure out if the flaming god is in fact the father, or is that a completely different entity?
What are you talking about?
The chapel interaction with the.
Oh, that's right, Matt. You wanted to go to the chapel, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. We will roll back and go back to that real quick. The captain will be more than happy to have you at the chapel.
Okay.
She's always happy to have people interested in Ember.
Yeah. Also gets me out of the room.
It does. Extra time out.
Mm-hmm.
She's just going, as you kind of enter in, the chapel is not treated with any sort of reverence. There is graffiti on the walls. There's a few bullet holes. There is a small altar with the image of a woman that looks to be made of metal and flame there, that has what looks like a pair of underwear hanging off of one of the arms that Fortuna just kind of casually removes, like
Oops. Forgot about that.
I'm gonna turn back and find a space on the wall. And I'm gonna take a marker and just write Siva was here.
She laughs. Yes, exactly. See, you're not getting the spirit of things.
Eh,
So, I hear that you were interested in finding out about a little bit more about our rebellious lady.
I got a little fire in me, you know. Kind
Oh,
of.
we all have a little fire in us.
Yeah,
I have a little fire in me.
sure.
Though, me personally, I've more gotten into the steel of it than the fire. So only a little fire.
Do what you gotta do.
Well,
As long as it's not the Burning Man, it's all good.
You mean the Burning God? Because Burning Man's a great celebration. All the drugs you could ever want.
Oh no, I'm talking about the false guy.
Yes, yes, the Burning God.
Oh,
False is such a relative term when it comes to faith gods.
well, that was a restriction for and description I got from my my teacher. So he
Oh,
said
I have no
Ember's okay.
doubt. I have no doubt you're a smith, aren't you? Or at least an apprentice.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the Smiths are. They're more connected to the Father than some of the others of the various primordial orders. And they take great offense to anybody that tries to put themselves on par with him.
Well, here's what it is.
Consider them kind of, what's the phrase? Orthodox? If you want to put it in religious terms.
I'm not really a religious person, but
You don't have to be. I mean, unlike other gods and deities, the Father doesn't really care if you worship him. It just is, after all.
but Ember does.
You wanted, yes, Ember. You wanted to ask about Ember. No. uh, so, to say that she cares if somebody worships her is to defeat the purpose of her being herself. She is freedom, rebellion, a little bit of anger, a lot of anger.
I'm a pretty chill person, unless I don't have cigarettes. So I don't know about anger.
Well, that's usually how things go for those who end up following her. They have a temper somewhere inside of them, but it's usually not to the fore. After all, we, at least those of us on this ship, focus more on the freedom aspect. Remember, you don't have to revere every part of a being to revere a being.
Sure.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Um, I don't really expect anything out of it either. Just curious.
Just curious.
Just a pretty free individual myself. I know I signed up with Doomco, but you know.
Well, to give you, shall we say, the boilerplate on things, Ember is the father's daughter, one of the children of him, and she represents his need to be unbound, his need to be free. I keep repeating myself. That's the problem with talking about the primordials. It's very hard to go into details on them because they're just so straightforward.
Well, it works for me. I'm just saying if I can be unbound by just the rules of things. Not normal societal rules, but I want to see if eventually I could push my skills to the next level. But that may break some stuff. But I'm willing to poke that hornet's nose.
Well, that's just to be a smith at that point.
Mm,
I don't know that much about them, as I'm not one. But from what I understand, typically speaking, they operate underneath the will of the father or one of his children. And they just do as they please. They wield their ability to create that the primordials have, after all. To some degree, anyway.
so there's not really anything into worship of Ember. Just do free stuff. Screw the rules. Do what you want.
If you are asking what gifts she offers for those who revere her, it's the ability to defy. Let's say, for example, well, you felt that mind that swept over everybody, right?
Yeah, I'm not particularly pleased about that now.
I wasn't affected. My crew was, unfortunately, but they aren't as deep into her as I am. Phrasing. But, no, they aren't like me. They believe well enough, but I think most of the time they're just humoring me. Which is fine. That's their choice. I'm not going to complain. But, when that mind swept over everybody and I watched everybody else fold like paper under it or struggle against it, I was fine. Because I was granted the right to defy by Ember.
Well, I thought I did pretty good. My team froze up. I didn't. I talked to it directly.
Good job.
The supermind that folded space and teleported all their dudes out.
Yeah, I felt that thing, and I decided I didn't want to talk to it.
I didn't have a choice. It just kind of appeared in front of us.
Oh yeah, some of them do that.
And it was like, I will bestow you the gift of being alive. And I was like, it works for me.
Oh, you know... Pretentious bitch. Oh no, yeah, no, that sounds like a pretentious bitch. I don't like it. Not the point.
I get to be alive. It's fine.
Point is... yeah, no, that's it. It's not complicated. No, it's noteworthy that revering one tends to make it so you can't uphold the others quite the same. The father being the exception, as he is, the core of it all.
Right.
They are his children. But if you follow Ember, you couldn't say, walk with the first. And the firstborn, he's an interesting being, to say the least.
Got a necklace? Or
necklace, rings. She goes.
She actually goes into a drawer and starts fishing around, and you'll see that she's got a bunch of just different pieces of jewelry with symbols of Ember on it that you have a selection to go through.
I'm gonna pick something that's seen a bit of damage. Something damaged.
Oh, that's not hard. A lot of it looks like it was converted over from pieces of jewelry that was probably stolen.
Yeah, so I'll pick something particularly damaged, and that looks like it needs some love, and I'll pick that so I can fix it myself.
Yeah. And she's gonna nod as she hands it to you.
As a word of advice,
Oh.
Just taking this doesn't dedicate you per se. That is an active decision to be made. Maybe make sure you're okay with being dedicated to them before you do it. Once you've decided to uphold one, like I said, that's where you stand. The first is being of rules and law.
Yeah, I'm not cool. No, I'm okay with that.
Many of the Smiths actually follow him because he also leads the Father's legions and gives them the right to build his legionnaires. They're very powerful constructs, then. Ones I'm not familiar with the construction of, particularly, beyond the fact that they exist. But they hold a small bit of the Father's fire. And they act as his blade in the world.
Legionnaire, schmegionnaire.
There's no specific deity to the Smiths themselves, as the Father himself handles it directly, but that's, like I said, not really an issue, since he's the overarching. I just want to I like to make sure people are aware, because unlike some of the others, Ember won't let you make a decision blindly. If you make a decision, it's your damn decision.
Cool. Thanks for taking time out of your day to chat me with us. Pretty good.
Oh, I'm very pleased to. I'm somewhat of a missionary.
Well, I may not preach much, but I kind of like my own way.
And how you worship is up to you as well.
I'm already way ahead of you on that. I steal pretty much everything.
Oh, very nice. And one other thing. If you present that little token at Tortuga, and you actually have faith in it, docking charges are, generally speaking, cheaper. Not waived, because only the Pirate King's own crews get waived. But you'll find that the docking crews are much, much more polite.
Okay.
What with Tortuga being dedicated to Ember as an entire, location. Consider Tortuga a giant chapel to her.
Alright. I'll kind of go over to the same. You know where you put essence sticks?
Yeah.
Like little you like the little ember stick. I'll take a cigarette, light it, and then stick it butt in, so it's like standing up like one of those little essence sticks.
Wonderful. You can hear Fortuna laughing with pleasure at that, and with that little gift, you actually feel a mind look at you in great amusement for that. It is the mind of sorry. It's easily identifiable to you as Ember herself has taken notice of your offering.
Antics. My antics.
Offering is the word they're going to use. And there is much approval to be had there.
Just, I'll also include like a shot of liquor.
Like I said,
Uh,
much
yeah.
approval.
That's my usual. Like, I got fuel for the furnace engine through my flask, and I'm like a smokestack. That's the exhaust, which is the.
Oh yeah. So, for dedicating yourself to a specific element, as more specifically this specific element, you will get a talent. The talent is Open Defiance. So, for the start of it, it's going to give you a +10 to any opposed willpower test where you are on the defense.
Or even on the offense.
Just on the defense for now.
Cool.
Um,
What if I turn my defense into offense?
if you do something to break the rule, like some official set rule, you will get an additional +20 to that roll. It doesn't matter what rule it is, as long as it's fuck the law, fuck the authority. I'm the only one whose opinion that matters here.
So if I'm trying to do a sleight of hand to sneak some stuff into a portal, I get a +20.
Yes.
Perfect.
If it has to specifically be against some law or regulation of the official variety. It can't be an unspoken one. It can't be a polite one. It has to be a specific law or rule that you
With
are
a
breaking.
societal punishment behind it, and
With
enforced
some
punishment.
some sort of enforced punishment. Because if it's not enforced, it's not really a broken rule now, is it?
No, this is fun. I like this character. I like Ember.
Oh yeah, and there is one minor negative to this.
Yeah.
You will have to make willpower rolls if somebody, say, insults you, insults your work, does something that you just even mildly don't like. It doesn't matter if it's not that important to you. You will find that your anger is now on more of a hair trigger than you ever have had it in the past. It is an unfortunate negative side effect of Ember. Even if you didn't have a particular temper in the past, it's there now.
It's always been beneath the surface.
However, your Open Defiance does count towards these tests.
Mm.
That's right. You can openly defy the negative quality
Ha-ha!
that Ember has given you.
All right.
Ember wants you to openly defy her too.
I will spend my first merit to improve it.
You are completely free to. It's just a base power. That's all you're going to be getting out of it. Like that.
Sure.
That is the extent of it. So it is just a base power that you can build off of from there. But yes, that's the general rundown of it.
Yeah. I'm just like, I don't really like this order stuff. I see stuff that's really neat. I'm like, I want it.
I want it.
Fuck the rules.
Fuck the rules. Is
mean,
it a
I've already-
rule? Fuck it.
Yeah. Well, some of them. I will pick my battles. But one day I will literally walk just kind of where I go, and they're like, you can't be in here.
Fuck the rules.
Fuck the rule. They're gonna be like, oh, it's one of those.
You will also find there is sometimes some difficulty in picking your battles on fuck the rules. It will be a very much a I'm not going to have you roll every single time or anything.
Mhm.
But sometimes if there's something like, oh, there's this really neat piece of technology that I really want to own, and you're like, no, I shouldn't take it. It'd be a bad idea. I might make you make a willpower roll not to just take it.
By the way, guys, if I have ever put on scut duty, I am never doing it. I don't care about the consequences. I'm never doing bitch work.
Yeah, that's on point.
This just
So-
further verifies it.
So, Right. Now that is, I am going to move us along now again.
Sorry.
Apologies if you wanted to do more,
No,
but
that's fine. Let's move.
I did want to give you that since I spent some time with the other two and realized I forgot about you asking about him a bit ago.
This was probably the best place to pick up things about it. Also,
Oh
the
yeah, no,
Pirate King does know me then.
the Pirate King will know of you because Fortuna will report, and Fortuna works for him directly.
Man.
That also means the pirate.
I mean,
King's
they
gonna
also have
know
a pretty
about
funny
me.
story. that random Doomco guy is just shot in a cigarette.
Oh yeah,
And then there's the overgrown lizard that laid the captain.
laid some pipe, son. Oh yes, the captain was female under there, much as she was joking otherwise.
I assumed so.
Also, that is a cephalopod race. You fucked the
Eh.
squid.
Woo!
Welcome to hentai. Only
Right?
this time the hentai's on the other dick. Anyway,
Wow. Moving on.
moving on. Yeah, so you guys get, you get retrieved. You retreated very well. Some of you better than others. Cough, cough. You once you have returned to Doomco, you do get paid for one. I'd already given you your first thing of pay. You're going to get another month's pay, and you're going to get hazard pay and pay for having been kidnapped. Because, well, I mean, fuck, you got kidnapped. You got kidnapped in the line of duty.
On our first job.
On your first job, no less.
That wasn't even our first job. That was on the way to our first job.
Actually, you're right. You weren't even deployed yet. Not properly. You didn't make it to your first deployment. And they're just like, well, shit, have some more money.
How much is hazard pay?
Okay, so you're going to get another month pay, which will be an additional 500 credits. You should have already had 500 credits, so that should bring you up to 1,000.
650.
The hazard
right?
pay, including combat pay, like the combat bonus, and the kidnapping, all told, comes out to 900 credits.
Okay, so probably like 300 and 100 maybe. Who knows? But 900
What?
credits. So 900 credits total.
900 to each of you.
Right. And then
Yeah.
that's not including the original 500 we got, right?
That's not including the 500. That is additional pay.
Correct.
Most of that comes from being kidnapped. Like, combat bonus is 200 credits. 700 of that is from being kidnapped.
Oh.
They know what, yeah.
So okay, so it's and then we have the 500
should
for a
be-
month. Okay, I gotcha.
Yes. And so your total should be
So
1,900.
1,900. Oh,
700. 900?
I
How
thought you
much
said
did how much did I say for the hazard pay and stuff? That's right. I said 700 if it's for the hat. Yeah, 900. 1,900.
Yeah, okay.
Which, let me make sure I have my math right before I quote this at you.
So we never went over Blast's money because remember Blast is the oddball who took extremely wealthy at the start.
You took that so you could get your armor.
Yes,
as
but
I
it was
recall.
no. My armor was going to be from my race. Extremely
That's
well.
right. Your money needs to get converted over, doesn't it?
Yeah, because I took the extremely wealthy trait, which was supposed to allow me to supplement my starting gear. But I wasn't going to
Yeah.
stop us in the middle of a session for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. Let's handle money stuff real quick. So first and foremost, that's right. I wanted to let you guys have an idea of like kind of what you're getting paid. So basically 1 credit is equal to 10 US dollars effectively.
Okay.
Or 10 Because US dollar equivalent to this is Alliance dollar bills, setting wise. Because, the Alliance is basically the US in space. So, that 500 credits is basically you got 5,000 a month. Equivalency. So you guys just got paid a shit ton of money. I just wanted you to know, kind of what your pay scale sits at in comparison to modern cash. So all told, for everything you just got paid, plus the 900, you just got paid basically $14,000 for having been kidnapped for a month. So enjoy that.
Yeah.
So, for Mr. I took the wealthy trait. Your money does need to get converted over because it is in your local bills, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Doomco does offer conversions because they keep a stock of pretty much everybody's money in their coffers because they trade with literally every
Everybody.
country. Yeah. They're going to initially basically they're willing to put it into credits and then have you transfer it from credits into whatever you like. Because they do a 1-for-1 conversion on credits to their employees anyway.
Yeah. And credits being the standard currency that Doomco uses, I assume.
So the credits are really, it's a measure, like a currency measurement that was set by the Galactic Union just to underpin everybody's money and have this is the standard. Pretty much nobody except Doomco trades in them directly. It's more just there to act as this is what everybody's money's worth money.
It's a galactic base.
It's a galactic baseline. Doomco and only a handful of other megacorps really use it as actual, we accept this straight money. Most people trade in only their local currency. It's kind of like sea bills in the MechWarrior universe, where sea bills are Calmstar bills, and pretty much only Calmstar actually uses them, but everybody has pinned the worth of their cash to it.
So they'll take C-bills because it's easy to convert C-bills to whatever their cash form is, but
Your merchant at a general stall isn't going to.
yeah.
A bank will take them without question. A government will probably accept them in payment for shit too. But your average merchant is going to look at it and go, do you have a smaller denomination, sir?
Gotcha.
It's like paying a stack of hundreds for your coffee. They don't want you to do that. Technically you can, but they really don't want you to.
Fair enough.
For getting your money transferred over, since you effectively were starting as filthy fucking rich, and we're mostly taking this job to get off planet, let's face it.
Yep.
We'll say that you're going to start with since it's 10 thing, let's do.
You think on it. I'm gonna go use the bathroom for a moment.
How does 5,000 credits sound? It basically is $50,000, which is a good chunk of money.
Yeah, it's fair. It gives me a starting leg, and I will work with it.
Yeah, I don't want to give you too much, because if I give you $1 million, that'll be way too unbalanced.
I entirely agree. The big perk of the thing is I'm known to have been rich, so people are more willing to pull out their special stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's fine.
All right, be right back. Bathroom.
When he gets back, we will take a little break while he uses the bathroom because I'm going to be moving us onto the next map in a second when he gets back. Because the next map is actually going to be a hub map moving forward.
Sounds good.
You guys enjoying this so far?
Yeah, so far so good.
All right. You managed to recruit another geneticist in.
Yeah.
Doomco will actually give you a small bonus for having gotten somebody to sign on with them that is actually valuable. Because even if they are like, yeah, she's, a geneticist that has done some illegal experimentation, unlike you, she actually has proof of her experimentation that she's willing to show people anyway. So they do consider her a very valuable asset to have pulled in. You will get a bonus for signing somebody new on of 200 credits.
Sounds good. To 21,000 now. 2,100, sorry.
Matt, you joined Ember.
Yeah, I know.
You joined Ember. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not going to lie to you.
I bring it on. I'm ready.
Well, there's no bring it on for this. You pick somebody to revere, and you pick the one of rebellion and pirates and shit. I'm like, well, all right, here we are, I guess.
Yeah, this is
Do it
I just
alone.
wasn't expecting it. That's all.
sounding fun. I'm already stealing all sorts of shit and breaking the rules. Fuck it.
If I'm already breaking the rules, might as well continue to break the rules.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to what Ember provides, power-wise, like you can mutate them into pretty much whatever you want. I want you to note that.
Yeah.
But most of the base stuff she provides is basically the ability to defy things you wouldn't normally be able to defy.
That's my plan. I love it.
It's very, very strong in the ways of fuck you, foo.
Mm. That is exactly what I'm feeling. I need that. All right. So
We're just giving you a second for Ogre to get back.
I'll just pop into my forge.
Yes, let's do some stuff with your forge real quick because you haven't been there in a minute, and your master left you with specific instructions to break those goddamn things.
Yeah,
Those
we'll break them
weapons.
now because it's gonna be. I'm also gonna devote their breaking to Ember.
I was about to say, when you see them, a flare of anger you've never expected to have for just looking at an item actually flares up. And the source is specifically Ember. She hates that these represent. She hates the beings that made these. She absolutely despises them.
Cool.
And you will now learn, as a aside via your connection to her, that her and her devotees are actually the ones that have been tasked by the Father to destroy any items left over from the Magi. That is specifically their task in the universe, effectively.
Well, the pirate guys are already well on their way to do that. They found a whole store, and Ember's probably like,
Oh,
yes.
they blew that with main weapons after nobody was on there anymore.
Mm,
That asteroid is atomized.
nice. Yeah, I'll devote the breaking of these to Ember, but I will be repurposing them, or at least
Doesn't care
the
what
stuff that.
doesn't care what happens to the metal.
I'll defy her outright on the grenades, though. I plan to use the grenades because they're already a destructive item. Just
I
pull the
will
pin and they'll
need
destroy themselves.
I will need that willpower test then.
Mm.
You
Mhm.
definitely can. This gives you the right to, but I'm going to need that roll.
I'm back.
All right. anytime you pull out these grenades, if you aren't setting one off immediately, you will need to roll a willpower test not to find a way to destroy it.
Okay.
It is
That's the whole purpose of keeping them. It's a box full of grenades. I know they're the bad grenades, but they destroy themselves by just pulling a pin.
Yeah, that's why I said if you are going to immediately throw it, it's not a problem. But if you pull it out and you have any sort of a delay between throwing grenade and holding grenade, there will be a demand made of you to do bad thing. Fuck that thing. What the fuck are you still holding it for?
But hey, she says
Angry,
defy me. I'm defying
angry
her.
noises. Oh yeah,
But I
no.
will destroy the rest. Yeah.
Oh no, she approves even as she's angry at you.
Yeah.
Approving rage is the way we're going to put it.
Do what I want.
Do what I want. You're not my real mom.
Question for you, Blatt. You do return my package to me, correct?
Only when you ask me about it.
That was the minute we got off the pirates.
Hey, Matt, phrasing.
That's a bad opportunity to do that. If you just get off the pirates, then we're gonna have to wait until you're washed up.
At least 5 minutes in a Gatorade, man.
Exactly.
Okay, jokes aside, we were
Mhm.
waiting a second because I was about to transfer us over into a map because since the kidnapping happened before you actually made it to your original deployment destination where you were going to originally be assigned, and given the time that passed, a different team has been assigned over there. You and your group have been reassigned to a different contract and location. Or more specifically, a different base where you will pick up subcontracts over time. On that note, I welcome you all to Aeon Terminal.
Huh. It's the name of the game. Oh my god, it's so clever.
Wait, did I put your tokens on the map? I forgot to put your fucking tokens on the map, didn't
It's
I?
black.
Son of a
Hello,
Aeon
whore!
Terminal's
my
black
Welcome to Blackness.
The Black Abyss. Welcome to the Black Abyss that is Aeon Terminal. You're all secretly dead, and this was all purgatory.
There was not interested in that particular one. No, let's not do that. Where am I?
Hold on, I'm getting your tokens copy pasted over. Give me a sec.
Copy.
Wait, do these tokens have sight? Do these tokens have sight? Damn it, I'm gonna have to grab different tokens. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one will work. Okay. So, Aeon Terminal. They've got the name of the guy. But Aeon Terminal. Boo, 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 boo. You should all have sight now. It should be down to here. It is a bustling port. As mentioned previously, the way that FTL travel works in this is it's all hyperspace lanes, effectively, where it's, using gravity wells to travel from point A to point B. There is a section of space between the Federation and the Alliance heading out towards collective space that is known as Hermes Avenue. That is basically a giant highway of hyperspace lanes that, like all the planets around it, are dead. There's no one that can live here. It is only used as mining, like, zero G, no oxygen mining, and travel. Aeon Terminal was, for the longest time, a mining station that was just there for like resupply, refit, shit like that for the Star Strider Industries. Somewhat recently, I say somewhat because it's been a couple decades and it's become well known for this sense. It was actually purchased by a independent miner that discovered an entire cache of those crystals that are used for making FTL computers. It was a massive mine that he had found, and he ended up trading the rights to it to Starstrider Industries in exchange for the terminal, which he has since turned into a bit of a hub. Pretty much all ship traffic heading through, like heading between Alliance and the Federation, or off to the Collective, or where have you, comes through this area. And this place is the perfect place to get more food, get more fuel, and more recently, to conduct trade. This place has plenty of little shops and just things you can do. It's also a rest stop, so it's got like a bar, a club, it's actually got a few casinos, shit like that. He has turned this into a small metropolis in the middle of dead space. And it's basically the only one along this route because nobody else was mad enough to do so before he got his set up.
Gotta love it.
Oh, yeah. This place has offices of many of the bigger megacorps out there, including, of course, Doomco and Starstrider Industries, who has actually maintained an entire wing of it as per some contractor agreement originally made with the new owner. Beyond that, this is going to be your new home for the foreseeable future. You will still be getting contracts. However, they are going to be side gigs to basically being the part of the defensive force here on station for the Doomco offices on locale. Generally speaking, it's going to be assumed that you will be putting in time as needed for the normal jobs, like your everyday job. So we're not about to like have you actually spend like an 8-hour day just dicking around in a corner because you were told to watch a door. It's going to be assumed that you're putting in like at 8 hours every day. Aeon Terminal actually runs on a 30-hour clock. That does not change that you are only required to work for 8 hours. So you're going to have quite a bit of free time. And occasionally you will be sent out on contracts, as there is still a requirement for you to get field experience, officially underneath the Doomco banners. From there, you guys are free to move along the map. There's a couple small shops that you can find along there. This place is more bustling than it currently appears. It's just that if I put enough tokens on here to make it as well, populated as it actually is, it would lag the fuck out of the server. So we're not doing that.
Are we
Generally,
stopped here?
what's that?
We stopped here.
This is where no.
Oh,
Like you'll get scanned. Oh, you are not allowed to carry a weapon larger than a handgun if you are not on duty.
oh, alright, cool.
That thank you for reminding me of that.
What
Your
about
equipment
sword?
swords will be fine. But you will have to choose between the handgun or the sword.
Mm.
Unless, of course, you have specific religious things that require you to carry them, in which case you can argue with security all day.
So
Security. I wear what I
So-
want.
so no. So like my species and the fact that they never go anywhere unarmed because they're always ready for war. That is their species doctrine.
They will be like, so grab a handgun, carry a combat knife. That's fine. You're not
I-
carrying your thermal lance.
Like
You see that rotary cannon? You shut up your ass.
it's just like they The rotary cannon is Doomco. I only
Then
have one
stow it in the
personal
Doomco
weapon.
arm. Stow the Doomco equipment in the Doomco armories and leave the thermal lance with them. You're not bringing the thermal lance in here.
But that is my only personal weapon.
Don't care. Do I look like I give a shit? Do I look like a man that gives a shit? Stow it. Or leave.
Uh,
He's
uh,
like, you want to talk to my supervisor? You can talk to my supervisor. I can tell you what he's going to tell you, though. Stow it or leave.
Just, I'm trying to think a way around this because remember we went over the species before.
Oh, yes.
That's a challenge, and he's going to
It
break
is.
the dude's neck.
There is, it's a decision that your character needs to make now because you're also representing Doomco.
The
I didn't mean for this
Yeah.
to be an easy decision for you.
Yeah, no. The reply is just going to be picking him up by the torso and growling, then I recommend getting your supervisor because by
As
my laws, I should kill you.
you already
Last.
hear, you
Last.
hear a lot of whining noises as several turrets immediately spin up at the checkpoint. And he doesn't look as scared as you might expect, as he's just like, yeah, you want to die today? I mean, we can die today. I got the lieutenant en route already, but we can die today if you want.
He shrugs. Every day is a good day to die, but I will wait for your lieutenant. We'll see what happens.
As more security guards immediately start arriving. As that is happening, it will take a second for Lieutenant to arrive for Silco and other people to try and do something about this if they like.
I've walked off.
You just left?
Yeah, you left a while ago and he was coming, but
Nah, I gave him back his crystals, gave him a thumbs up. I'm like, don't cause trouble. Just kidding. And then I
Like,
walk off.
as you're arriving here, this guy, along with a couple other security guards, they're basically going to shove past you like, move. Excuse me. Sorry. Moving.
are you keeping both the crystals or are you splitting the crystals?
No,
I'm talking to Blast.
No, hold
Until
on.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna roll my willpower to see if I keep one.
Oh, yes.
If you do, we're gonna have a problem before we even get here.
You got okay. Let's
No.
handle that.
No.
We'll handle that first. She's only given you one back.
Oh no, that's not a. That's just going to be picking him up and taking him over to the Doomco person because that's theft while on company duty.
It is. So, at that point, because you are on duty but not in combat, you'll be referred to your manager for it. And your manager is you have a different manager on duty because you have been moved to a different ship and the like.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a harried looking man that's just, what is it this time?
Theft.
I'm being held. This is awkward.
Yeah,
I'm like a briefcase.
he's just gonna look at you. What'd you steal and why?
The whispers told me to.
Looks at
I mean,
looks
I
at
didn't
Blast.
steal anything. Look, there's nothing on me.
Looks at Blast. What'd she steal?
A large data crystal.
I don't have it on me.
Looks at her. Where is it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're gonna make this difficult, aren't you?
I have to.
He's just going to. The Blaster's just going to look. I recommend calling his master.
This is a Doomco matter. We will be handling it directly, Mr. Blast.
Fair enough. I was under the impression his master might work for Doomco, or at least one of them.
No.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
As he's just right. Miss Siva, I'm going to
Yep.
be very clear here.
Okay.
If you do not return the property immediately, it will be marked against you in your files. Not only will it be marked against you in your files, there is a chance that you will be arrested for breaking Doomco policies and laws in regards to personal property. Do you accept these particular threats as
Yes.
worthy of the property that you have taken?
Yes.
Thank you for admitting that you took the property, as he
No.
marks that in.
I said I acknowledge what you have said in regards to the charges filed against.
Oh, you can protest as much as you want, but by the way you just phrased that, I can qualify that as admitting that you took the property. Thank you very kindly for that. So, please return the property immediately. Please, just make our lives easier.
I'm gonna roll.
Because
willpower.
otherwise, we're going to have to find a way to remove it from you.
Mm. Hold on. Set me
And
down first. I can't do shit if you don't set me down. Why am I being carried like a briefcase? This is indignant.
This
Because
is going to look at Blast. Could you please
because-
set her down? She doesn't exactly have anywhere to go.
tell that to the fact that she randomly disappears through doors that do not exist.
Yes, she is a Smith candidate, an apprentice. We have that on the records. She does have to come back to wherever she left from, though.
He just grumbles
now.
and sets her down.
For now. Brush myself
Go on.
off. One moment, please. Mm-hmm.
He's staring at you. Are you?
I have just enough willpower to give it back.
Do you actually go back in through the portal?
I will go into the bathroom first.
No. As soon as you start to leave, he's like, "No, you retrieve from the portal. You're not going to a secondary location. You will remain where we can have you in our sights while you are retrieving it, because otherwise, there is a possibility you will try to stash it somewhere, and we're not going to do that.
I was just gonna go do it in the bathroom.
Retrieve it. Now."
I'll grab it.
Wonderful. Mr. Blast, would you like to officially press charges?
I got it back. I will not do so in light of wanting to not pile more paperwork on you, and under
No,
the
it's too late for
expectation that
that.
you won't do that again.
Oh, it's completely too late for paperwork on my behalf. It's only a question if you wish to place charges against your team member for the theft. It is your right to decline. However, it is also Doomco's right to pursue any legal matters it feels necessary, even if you do.
I will not, in the hopes that it encourages her to not do it again.
Very well. We will have that noted, and we will not have charges pressed on your behalf. Looks at you. However, you have broken several of Doomco regulations when it comes to private property. You will be having a pay dock. Additionally, it will be marked into your files. We have a very low tolerance for theft of any sort. If it is a repeat activity, rest assured your employment with Doomco will not continue.
Whoa. Before you go that far, you don't know the history of where we got the item. So if we're going to push it that far, I've got a lot. That's salvage. We did it as a
Oh?
team. So Don't
Is
go
that-
pushing that stuff on me before.
I see. So this is salvage that was retrieved during a job.
As I was informed at the beginning by my commander, while on the job, anything recovered from the facility would be allowed as
Yeah, and it
personal
would have been taken by
salvage.
pirates if I didn't have it stowed for you.
However, Mr. Blast here has claimed it as having been a theft. Are you going to correct that, Blast?
Uh, He's just going to go through pull up the book and look through and check and make sure. Because as far as I was told and checked, that if he recovered it himself,
Yep.
that
No,
it was
it's
personal
yours.
salvage.
It is considered personal salvage. That's why it's asking, do you want to mark this as theft, as an attempt to theft? Because if it's your personal salvage, that means she tried to steal it from you.
But I'm just going to look through the book. What can I do here?
Are
To
you trying to
not
look through the legal books?
I'm trying to look through his manual of the things involving this that he asked for, so that he doesn't screw his teammate. But you know what I mean?
It's okay if you do.
Cool.
Like I'm being a little bit more Ember because I'm trying to
Nope.
figure out
Nope.
what that means.
It's good. No, this is like I'm acknowledging that this is within, very much within character for somebody that just got Ember implanted in them.
Yeah. I'm a little bit more grabby and a little bit openly more defiant. So it's a.
Yep.
That's why I rolled willpower
So
test for it. To determine.
yeah, that he's looking through how to get him punished but not screwed.
I mean,
So, when it
probably
comes to property rights, Doomco is extremely finicky. Most of what's in the book is to close loopholes, not to provide new ones.
So they're very black and white.
They consider theft to be an extremely serious thing. There's violations of human rights, murder, things like that. Definitely take precedent over it. But theft is, it's a corporation. They have very strict rules on taking property that's not yours. Because how can they trust you not to do it to the Doomco property at that point?
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of followers of Ember and Doomco.
Yeah. At this point, the only thing he can do, because honorable species is no by Doomco regulations and those of my own people that it was theft.
Mm-hmm. And what about payment
Very
of
well.
services then between two individuals? Because you
Was
wouldn't.
was a payment requested originally?
Not originally, no. I did it as a favor.
And then you attempted to keep the item despite the fact that it was a favor. That does not look favorably upon you, ma'am. Now, to continue, as this is a theft, and this is Doomco regulation we are operating under, not any other law, regulation, or otherwise, this will be officially marked into your files.
Blast.
Continuations of the theft of personal properties and items is considered a very serious thing within Doomco. If you do this one more time, and it is confirmed, you will have your contract ceased with Doomco. We do
Blast.
not tolerate theft.
Hmm?
You were going to share the crystal, were you not? Or is this
Most
all for
likely.
yourself?
Most
I
likely.
promised to make you armor. You requested me to use my own salvage to make you armor. So I
At
guess
this
that's
point,
null and void
at-
then.
At this point, regardless of what decisions you come up with between yourselves, you have already put me into the position where I have to file my official report. Regardless of what conclusions and agreements you come to resolve this issue in the post, while it is appreciated that you are seeking to amend personal bridges, we have to maintain our standards as Doomco. That means regardless of what agreements you come to, Miss Siva, or is it Siva? Miss
Either
Siva.
works. It's okay.
Well, if I remember right, it's Siva that you want as your
Yeah,
official.
it's Siva, but it's like
He's
tomato
like-
tomato. It's like whatever.
He's like, with that said, Miss Siva, it has been marked into your files. You will, from now on, be on a warning list for this.
All
There
right.
aren't many chances on it. Just the two.
Well, we did have an agreement.
Regardless,
All right, never mind.
at this point, it is only you acknowledging that this was said. That is it. It's on your files regardless.
Mhm.
Do you understand?
It's
Yes
crystal
or
clear.
no?
Oh, it's very crystal clear.
Very good. Additionally, I would recommend strongly that you go attend some classes with the Cutters in regards to your new connection to your revered aspect, as it
That
will
obvious?
likely. To most, no. I'm a Doomco manager. Part of our training is to be able to identify fire priests, and more particularly, identify the different aspects of the Father's religion.
Mm.
This is largely because, well, we hire a lot of you, for one, and for two, the owner is a member. Not of Ember, mind you, but still.
Mm.
So,
I would very much appreciate attending the next possible class at whatever availability the
we would
staff.
strongly suggest it.
Yes, I was asking when is the next class?
It's already been transferred into your inbox.
Wonderful.
I apologize if this has caused anybody any undue distress in the process. However,
Just write
once
your saying
Doomco-
dictation, but I'll get over it.
Yes, you had better. Regardless, it is Doomco regulations, and we will maintain them.
Of course. Of course.
Now, is there anything else any of you would like to bring up?
No.
Now,
In the future, when it comes to any sort of agreements of salvage or exchange of goods, I would recommend looping in either a Doomco manager or your field officer so that they might vouch for any future agreements so that there are no issues.
yeah,
Going
like walking
forward.
straight to a
Blast-
manager and not personally setting up a communication between each other. Private.
Blast is going to be like, I did not think it was necessary, considering as he thumbs at our party member behind us, we had a managerial trainee present.
Yeah, but you walked me straight to the direct manager. You wanted me to build you armor. Do you know how much that's going to cost you?
Please
The
take
agree-
please
Yeah.
take this discussion out of my office. And
Sorry, sir.
I would recommend bringing it to the official managers in the future only because they actually file their reports in advance, something that the managerial trainee has not been informed of the regulations on yet, as
Mhm.
they're a trainee,
Mhm.
not an active manager. I don't
Fair
blame
enough.
you for that, by the way, Mr. Silco. You weren't aware of the regulations because, as I said, you're still a trainee. You're not going to be held responsible for not having filed the reports on salvage agreements.
I appreciate that.
I'm gonna go smoke a lot, take some classes, and
Self-restraint classes are always available. There are also classes for anger management if anybody feels they should be taking them.
Okay.
As we're walking out, it's like, the agreement was, by the way, that I would throw any salvage that I was able to rip from the walls, as with my strength I could pry a lot more off into your room, on the condition that you would make some for me, or at least try
Yeah, you
to.
didn't grab nearly enough. But that's okay. It's not like it's on my personal file or anything. I go smoke and take a class. I'll see you next time.
Now about that
Matt,
other crystal.
real quick, Matt, I appreciate that you took the negative quality so seriously so quickly.
You know what? That's one of the things. It sucks for my character, but you know what?
I wasn't expecting you to go that far into it immediately, and I appreciate that you did.
I
Yeah,
rolled a willpower test. The game decided it, man.
The willpower rolls decided it.
Yep.
it's like out
Otherwise,
of
it would have been
character.
like, oh yeah, here.
It's like, out of character, I feel bad. In character, the way the race is, his options were either tear you apart until you gave it back, or take you to management.
I'd have defied either way.
Exactly.
Always refer to the superior authority. Do.
But no, it's don't feel bad even out of character. That's just
Yeah,
I had to play that new character trait.
yeah, and I wasn't going to enforce it quite that much so soon, but you did, and it's like, all right, well, here we are.
Yeah, no problem.
And it's
Like,
as to the crystals and what they're going to be used for, the plan is he's planning on keeping one for himself to use for a strange idea that I've got. The other is he is going to have available for the squad for something to help the squad, you know?
and you could you have the 2 crystals. You were approved for Battlefield Savage from the start, and they never expect you to find anything as valuable as those crystals. If it helps any decision making, one of those crystals is worth about 1 million credits. However, you're never going to get your hands on a crystal that size again.
I have ideas. You have ideas. It's up to you.
No, it's like I said,
suppose.
one crystal is available to the squad.
Yeah.
That's why I've recovered both of them. One he's keeping for himself because that's just blast. He found them.
Yeah. So you have one that you are able to try and claim as sees fit, unless Matt's going to argue for it for Siva.
It's like the only request Blatt has, if you want to make use of the other crystal, is to try to use it for something that will benefit the party. As his plan for the crystal that he's going to be using is to strengthen his ability to survive and take hits for the rest of the squad.
I mean, as the manager in training, you can easily just be like, I need this.
Yeah.
No, he can't. It's personal property.
That is true.
I've,
Nobody can demand your personal property. As you have now found out, they take personal property rights very, very seriously.
And I'm sure I'm not demanding. I've been asking though for the last
No,
yeah. I think
the first time the reply was, once we're out of hearing sight of the scientists and the pirates. This is the first time they've been brought up once we got off the pirate ships, you know? And that's when he was letting you know, yeah, one of them is available to whoever else wants it. He's keeping one for himself. You tried to steal it.
No. You know where to find me.
Honorable species. You didn't ask, you just took it.
The issue wasn't taking it, it was the how.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, that's fine. Now that it's clear, both Siva and Silco want it. So at that point, how do you guys want to resolve it? Or do you want to not
I'm
resolve
just
it
gonna
yet?
say you guys figure it out. I'm off the anger management control issue impulse classes.
Yeah, imagine the people that are real familiar with the father and his different factions are familiar with the need to have, kleptomania classes, shall we put it. Because they'll give you a fair shake of trying to, because they're like, the whole point is to defy what you are, and defying the need to steal things is on the list for that.
Or defy the rules and steal it anyways.
Either one. They're both, both of them sit within it. Just one of them gets you fired and the other doesn't. One of them they put up with.
Yeah, and I have multiple things I'm going to be doing. One of which is area-wide camera interference device.
For now,
For now.
we will be returning to Aeon Terminal itself. And back to the fact that Blast currently has the door security guard in his tail.
I have tailed you.
And this man is going to arrive, along with a couple more security guards, as he's just going to arrive and be like, put him down.
Like, I assume he's got the lieutenant lapels or whatever.
Yeah.
Sets him down.
I am Lieutenant Quinjin. Let me make his name available.
Slim Jim?
Kinjin
Kinjin.
is like, and what seems to be the issue here? Why were you threatening one of my guards?
The direct challenge is the instinct to immediately attack is a difficult one to overcome.
I see.
As I had
What is the issue precisely?
as I had explained to this one, gesturing to the man he dropped, it is my people's faith, creed, our way of being that we are never without our personal firearms. As I only have one, him deciding to challenge me directly was difficult, though I did not rip his head off.
And I appreciate that. What is the firearm in question?
He just thumbs or turns to the sideways and thumbs at his thermal lance.
Right.
He's
So,
like, I understand the difficulties of a weapon of this size. My plans were to purchase a new one while on site, so that I can stow this one. But
and the lieutenant's answer is to reach down, draw his own sidearm, and hand it to you butt first.
it just sits in his palm. This is
Acceptable
not
until you can
sized.
find something that will fit your hand, and allows us to maintain our rules while you get a weapon more appropriate for you.
He just looks at it. I was simply going to request an escort until it could be dealt with.
I feel this is a simpler solution.
It's a pretty elegant solution.
He just growls very well.
Now you don't need to have a babysitter. You can return that to me if you like, or you can just keep it as your own personal. I don't mind either way. Either way, now you can stow that, get it put into your supplies. You can have your personal equipment in the Doomco armory as normal, and our rules and regulations are maintained. Is there
Aeon,
anything else?
just a recommendation that, at least with my species, you inform those working the gate that direct challenges may be
We'll treat you as
difficult.
we treat Dynasty and Collective, then. Not that they are actually allowed on the station in general.
That would be recommended. We regularly fight them.
All right. Kind of looks at his guards. Ever back to what you were doing. What are you all gathered here for? Shoo! As he starts getting people scattered.
They're like, ooh, a dispute.
Well, I mean, it was enough to get several guards in.
But Blast
people
will
start
just,
heading.
yeah, he'll stow the lance, holding the little pea shooter between two, like the thumb and pointer claw. It just, oh, this is disgusting.
Oh, go on.
But yeah, he's just gonna go wandering and find a weapon shop.
Silco.
Yes.
Siri's with you. She's just, does that happen a lot?
I hope not. I really do.
I get the feeling. I don't like how you said hope not. That just tells me it's going to happen again.
It's just part of the job, I suppose, dealing with circumstances that come up. We're problem solvers. Hopefully, we'll find ways to make sure this doesn't happen in the future.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I guess
let's
it's
go.
time to go through, yes.
As she walks through, there's a beeping, and they go over like with her, and she's very cooperative. As you find out that she actually has several weapons built into her body.
Figured as much.
As she's just, oh, I forgot I had these.
Bullshit.
Quite convenient.
No, it's entirely feasible for her, considering she probably hasn't needed them for quite a while, being isolated on a station and whatnot.
Oh no, I forgot I had built-in weapon systems. Oh no.
She's a little scatterbrained. We know this.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about her implies that level of masterminding? like genuinely, she you were like, oh, can't they use these crystals to make a ship? She stops and goes, shit, I didn't think of that. But no, they can't have been making a ship. God, they definitely couldn't have been making a ship. Which she turned out to be right about, but, you know.
Oh well.
You know. She's kind of a ditz for how smart she is. But they'll get it handled very quickly, especially since she's very cooperative as they find ways to disable everything. And after she's through, she's like, man, how many weapons do I have in me? Didn't know I had that one. Yeah, nobody bothers you, Silco. Unless you're carrying something odd on you.
Nope.
And I don't believe you built anything weird into your body.
Nope. Got some claws, that's about it.
Yeah, it'll be noted that you have claws, but I mean, it's more that they note that you're Leonin and go on through. They actually seem mildly surprised you don't have a knife on you or something. And yeah. All right. So this is the main promenade area of the sector. There are the thing back here. There is just a bunch of little food stalls back there. I see two of you have already found the Doomco Security Solutions office.
Oh, Blast is just wandering past. He's looking for any kind of gun shop.
Doomco would be the ones that sell the guns.
Right.
You should not be surprised by this statement.
Yep. Just wanders in.
The general store that you passed might have sold something, but you know who sells the best guns on station.
Yep.
And you get an employee discount.
30%.
Right.
30%. As you arrive over here, you get nods immediately from the other staff. Just like some of the other guards are like, "Oh, hey man."
What's up?
And when you get over here, the gentleman at the counter just kind of looks up from his work.
Why, hello. Let's see. You are Private Blast. Yes?
Yes.
Well, welcome in. I don't believe it's your shift yet, so pleasure rather than business?
No business.
I meant, are you here to buy personal firearms?
Oh, yes. Well, I guess it technically qualifies as pleasure for me as well, so yes. The disarming of my thermal lance is frustrating, but I need something.
Hmm. I understand. Many of the more warlike races that work for us have trouble with the whole no heavy arms on the station, especially when what you qualify as heavy arms is a lot bigger than what we do. Well, the rest of the galaxy does anyway. We hold a similar definition with you as to what's considered heavy arms.
Yes, the fact that the personal thermic lance is what these people seem to consider as he holds up the little pea shooter.
Hey, they consider a thermal lance, and rightfully so, I might add, an anti-material weapon. Because it is.
Shrugs.
Just because what you normally shoot with it are technically qualified as armored vehicles does not change that. It almost emphasizes it. So, you're looking for something a bit more worth your time, then.
The most powerful, reasonably, that I can still get around on this station with.
Mm-hmm. Now, are we after a handgun? Are we after a melee weapon? Give me an idea of what you want.
Preferably a
I
firearm.
think it's weird that we've been together for
I'm
3.5
not, strangely enough, partial to melee weapons.
All right, no problem at all. No problem at all. All right.
As it seems they will not allow rifles of any kind, I will have to settle for a pistol of some kind, it would seem.
Oh, I'm sure that we can work around that minor detail.
He smiles. This is good.
Let's start with. Are you partial to solid projectile? Obviously, you prefer energy weapons. Would you prefer, for the duration of the station, say, which is going to be extended, mind you, as you are going to be part of our official security here, do you want a solid projectile or energy weapon? They do prefer solid projectile on the station, but as Doomco personnel, you do have a little wiggle room on that. What with the fact that we are the most heavily armed things on the station, and we do provide all of their weapons and ammunition.
Racial preference towards energy weapons.
Very well, very well. How about I have a small munition, plasma handgun. It is a little pricey as it's not part of our normal stock, and plasma is very difficult to get more ammunition for, even with us. It's technically experimental, but it has entered into a limited test run uh, sort of deal. It's already gone through full field testing with the R&D department, so it is reliable on that scale. We're now looking to see how well it'll work with more general troops rather than the specialized R&D testers.
I assume it can be sized up to my
Of course,
needs.
I wouldn't have offered if it wasn't able to be sized up correctly. In fact, it's actually a little easier for us to produce a handgun of your size than in the other direction. For the plasma, anyway. After all, having a larger chamber for the plasma's cartridge is beneficial, to say the least.
What are we looking at price range rise after my discount?
With your discount, given that this weapon is not in mass production yet, it is limited line. It is a little bit on the pricier side at 1,000 credits.
And, and how much?
However, it does not exactly follow the rules of the station, as very technically speaking, it could be considered a handheld anti-material weapon, legally speaking. Thanks to the fact that it is still experimental, legally it's not yet.
He chuckles. Well, technically speaking, as the only orders I received from the lieutenant was that it has to be a sidearm. Any flack from the station will be blown back on him, and that's not my fault.
I doubt he'll get any flack for it, but security will be giving you some dirty looks, but no one cares about that.
When don't I get dirty looks? I'm security.
You're Dunko security, though. People are usually too afraid to give us dirty looks.
Fair enough. How much for some additional ammo clips?
That comes with, of course, 3 full clips. Additional ones depends on how many you want, as they are unfortunately 100 credits a clip. Plasma cartridges are not easy to make.
He nods, thinks on it. How much would it cost to add this as a personal sidearm to my equipment roster so that when on duty I can get refilled if used in the line of duty?
That would be very difficult, and you'll have to discuss it with your manager, which I am just the sales manager, not the manager for your department. So you'll have to discuss it with the station's security manager. I'll
I'm
tell
a
you now, there's a lot of paperwork, and generally speaking, they don't. Because many people, such as yourself, try to use that as a way to get us to pay for their ammo and their personal weapons, as you're currently trying to do. So I don't think it's unreasonable.
I mean, I did specifically say when used in the line of duty, but
It doesn't matter.
fair enough.
What
He'll,
qualifies as the line of duty is firing range qualifies line of duty. Rather than answering awkward questions like that, they just say no. If they,
fair.
unless you have a very, very nice weapon.
He'll just think about it. Um, uh, anything else? Possibly a bit more powerful. I like the power level of this, but I'm always curious, and I do have some slush fund to play with.
Real quick, for the weapon in question, let me get you actual stats for that, since you are definitely going to buy that, yeah?
Unless there's something more powerful that he can get away
Hand-
with, yeah.
Handgun wise, no. He's already, like, he opened with the epitome of, I'm going to carry this in defiance of regulations that's available on station anyway.
Fair enough. Then yes, he's definitely going to buy it, and he's going to drop an extra 300 credits just so he has 3 extra clips.
Ah, that's cool. So it is 2d10 damage.
Let me get this going. Okay.
So it's 2d10 plus 2.
Okay.
Oh, here, I'll just write it down over here. 2d10.
I mean, I'm filling it
Plus
in now,
2.
so there's no real stress.
Yeah, I'm also I'm writing it down so I can copy paste it later.
Gotcha.
The pen on that is 4. It is single shot only. The clip is going to be a 10-shot clip. Range is fairly short range, relatively speaking. It's only a 10-meter range.
Okay.
It is a Doomco plasma pistol. Boo, 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 boo.
Any special
Otherwise,
qualities?
it does have an overheat quality where if you roll a 95, it will overheat. It, like 95 or greater. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's not as big of a problem given your nature because you can feed on heat.
Exactly.
But let me double check because yeah, the overheat, basically it deals a d10 damage when it overheats.
And I can just eat a d10 damage.
Yeah, well, if you remember your damage eating, you do have to roll for that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
you can.
Yeah.
And that's it, really.
Mm.
But it's just this side of what's considered an anti-material weapon.
Legally
If the
speaking, it's a degree off from being illegal.
basically, if it had a higher pen, it would be illegal. If it deals damage to you, you also need to roll a toughness test to not drop it. It's just a basic toughness test.
Yeah. Obviously he's going to inquire if there are any upgrades or better versions of the rotary cannon, because that's just him.
Just putting that down. Upgrades to the rotary cannon?
Or better, larger versions of it, something. As it is a business, he knows he can pay to upgrade his personal weapon.
Well, of course, there's upgrades, but how big of an upgrade are we looking for?
He just gestures to the pistol. Comparable.
Comparable? To your rotary cannon?
The last mission, the things we were fighting were able to shrug off that kind of damage.
I see, I see. Well, we do have larger caliber ones, but honestly, the simplest solution for you to make it the smoothest thing possible, unless you're looking to purchase a new weapon outright, would actually be ammunition. Changes to the ammunition, such as getting armor-piercing rounds, would be very simple. You'd also load it with man-stopper rounds to be able to, well, stop a man in his tracks. That one does reduce on the pen, but it does put holes in folks. The AP rounds are really designed to be able to put your holes through everything.
Rub his chin.
Though, notably with the arm-piercing rounds, softer targets tend to have less of a problem with this. If it's only meat, the AP round might just pass through without rupturing too much.
He's like, would Doomco happen to have the ability to or so that I can purchase a fire selector as well as a modified backpack that could carry 2 different types of ammunition?
Oh, you're looking to swap between the two then?
Best of both
Yeah,
worlds.
we can do that. That's not too hard. We can't reduce your fire rate if you wanted a single fire, but swapping between two, it will have a chance of jamming for that though, as that's not the most reliable tech.
He's like, I can handle jamming. I have had to do it often enough.
Very well, we can get you hooked up right now.
This
As
will
for the
also
rounds, they're not that expensive.
double his ammo capacity, as he'll have 500 of one and 500 of the other.
Exactly. So, to get the ammunition, um, for a 500 rounds, that's actually going to cost 50 credits,
Mm-hmm.
and that's for 500 rounds of like one like each of them. So it'll total 100 for all 1,000 rounds.
Yep.
You spent
So
$1,000 on bullets.
So the reload on this thing originally, like there wasn't really one because it's just a backpack.
Yep.
That's right. It's just a backpack. Remove the reliable if you're going to be while this is in use. It will not have reliable, and it will require a tech use and 2 rounds to clear a jam from this weapon.
I now have a reason to buy a particular talent that allows you to half-action clear a jam.
It will have the time to clear the jam. I remember that talent, and it's because a jam only takes a full action to clear. It actually halves how long it takes to clear jams.
Fair
Technical
enough.
knock.
Yep.
But yes, that will make it so it's 1 round instead of 2 to clear it.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing, like the belt feed in this is significantly more complex.
Yep. Fair enough.
But yeah, they do have other weapons available of like, do you want to buy a heavy bolter type of deal?
I mean, he was specifically asking for a full weapon upgrade. Like,
Yes, he was recommending this because it's a lot cheaper. Because a heavy bolter is like the equivalent of a heavy bolter is like 2K.
I mean,
You can drop the cash on it if you like, but
that was kind of the reason for taking the starting thing. But the before he drops that, the biggest thing he was going to check in was seeing what was available for Trask in getting some heavier armor.
now for yours,
For your size, you are a big boy after all. If you want some heavy armor, we can certainly get you that. Are you looking for something heavily modified as well? Or are you looking for more standard?
He's just going to gesture to this It's like this, I have been told, is equivalent to Alliance military armor.
That is correct.
Amongst my species, this is light scout armor.
Well, of course. You fight Dynasty cutters. They
I am
set different precedents.
exactly. I am looking for, as my position is need of, at the very least, medium, if not heavy, of my species' armor.
Regardless, are you looking for major upgrades to it?
Preferably.
Beyond the pale? Well, let's get you some quotes then. So,
For effectively heavy armor of your variety, it'll bring up the armor rating to 13 for your heavy armor.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Oh no, you want straight up your heavy armor. Sorry, that'd
Yeah.
be.
Which,
So let's
for
see.
me, light armor is Alliance military, which is a 7.
Yeah.
With me and Armor Monger,
So,
it increased it to a
standard.
9.
Nope, I'm right. It's 13. 13 is what I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Okay,
Yeah,
no, I needed to do my thing, like my mental move up on this. Yeah,
Yep.
13 is what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Boo, boo, boo. Still going to be the plus 10 to hit, plus 30 strength, plus 10 agility. It's a question of, do you want any of that upgraded? Do you want any additional bonuses to have? Like you can get tech shit installed in your armor if you want, for example. So it's a question of what you're after.
He would like to improve the agility, the targeting system, and to apply a thermal sense that can be shared to his squad mates.
Okay, so
'Cause that
applying
would
it
have
to
been
your
helpful in the
squad mate,
last mission.
applying it to your squad mates is not. That's you have to get up like a team site thing set up, which is a whole different thing and a lot easier. But you want more visual ranges on your helmet then,
Yes.
at that rate. Okay. For increased visual ranges on your helmet, well, how do you? Which ones do you want? Do you just want thermal? Do you want night vision? Do you want electrovision?
I've already got thermal, night
Well,
vision.
you do, but you can't share that because
Yeah.
it's just in your eyes.
So thermal would be nice. And what would electrovision entail?
It just means you can see electronic signals and the like. So if you're looking at wiring, they'll light up as kind of a bluish color, depending on how much power is running through them.
Yep, that could be helpful, but for now we'll just go with thermal vision so that I can link it to the squad.
Okay. So you want just thermal vision for now. How much do you want to increase that targeting system by?
We'll double what it is, so another 10, and the same to agility.
Okay. At that point, it's a discussion of how much the heavy armor actually costs.
Mm-hmm.
It costs about base-wise 2,500.
Okay.
And then with the upgrades you want, they're not too heavy, so it'll be 2,600. Because you're not asking for the world out of that. If you're trying for bigger ones, it would be a lot more, but it's just an increase of 10 on each, which isn't too bad.
Yeah, no, he'll pay for that happily.
Yeah.
He'll ask if he can get a discount for trading in his old armor.
well, that really depends. How much you looking for with it?
Oh, comparing the price of the heavy, knock it down 600 credits.
600 credits for used armor.
I
Let me take a
mean,
look at the condition.
just he'll step
Actually,
out of
let
his
me get an armorer in here.
fair. While he does that, Trask will step out of the armor
Speaking of
because
armorers,
he is an armor monger. It's all in peak condition.
Matt,
Yep.
there is a request that is being put out to the system for an armorer to come take a look at something for that somebody's trying to sell to the company. Do you want to be the armorer that responds to it?
Sure. I'm feeling a little itchy, so let's get some work done.
All right, move your butt into Doomco Security Solutions then, as I see you sitting outside of it. As you were the first armorer, that at least qualified armorer, to respond to it. There's only one other one on the station that works for Doomco directly. So you're one of two. And it's just
Hello. Siva, right? Great. This gentleman here is one of our own
We're familiar.
employees. Oh, good.
He
He's
ratted
selling
on
his.
me.
Right. He's selling some of his old armor in. What do you mean ratted on you?
Don't worry about it.
I will concern myself with it, as I am asking for somebody to come in and give me a price assessment on his
Oh no,
equipment.
if it's business, it's all professional. I'll give him a stare down. No, it'll be a professional, unbiased one. It has to do with armor.
We have personal issues.
We're resolving it. But business is business, and I'm a professional, so we do.
Are you comfortable with that, Mr. Blast?
Yeah, he is.
All
Purely
right, so long as you're comfortable with the matter, please proceed.
What do we got here?
Need
I'm gonna pull out all my tools from the portal.
scout
All right.
armor. We just
Oh.
need it assessed to make sure that it is in peak condition, and to determine its worth via that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, love to. Do I do it here, or do you got a workshop in the back?
when you ask that, he actually will hit a button, and right here, a fairly good workshop unfolds. It's not like a full armor workshop, but it's enough for what you're looking for.
Yeah. All right.
This is
First glance, is it shot up, scratched, damaged?
I mean, you watched him get shot in the face not that long ago, but it actually is extremely well repaired for that. Like, if you didn't know that it had been shot, you probably wouldn't notice that, the repair marks.
Okay.
But you also knew specifically to look for them, so
Yeah, so I'm just gonna kind of make some notes, go over it.
How long has Blast owned this armor?
Not very long. He traded down to this before leaving because they didn't want him walking away with heavy armor.
Right.
I'm gonna start taking plates off, so I can see the servos and the bits underneath.
Give me a tech use roll then for taking that bitch apart and just being like, let's look at the gizmos and insides.
Do I got my plus 20 tool bonus? Do I have workshop bonuses?
Yes, the workshop is an additional. Let's say that'll be an additional plus 30 on top.
Wow. All right. Close fitted. Let's go.
I will assist by letting him know of, security systems and stuff.
Oh.
If you were trying to build something and not just assess its condition, you would be getting less of a bonus, but for what you're doing. Yeah, no, it's in very good condition. He's done a stellar job of making sure that this thing is
I will make
ready for anything.
notice of any personalized mods out of the standard. Usually armor is standardized. I'll make note of any personal modifications or additions or.
It
Other
It's
than
actually
customizing it to his size.
it's customized to size, and you actually increase the armor rating on it with your modifications, if you remember.
Yeah, because armor monger, I adjust it's not that it changes the armor rating, it's he adjusts the positions of the armor plating on his body by shifting its size to make it more it's positioned better for better coverage.
Cool. And
Yeah.
I'll assess it. I will leave a mark on it saying that, or on the report saying, I know that it's been damaged, but the repair is immaculate.
You'll also know that this is going to require an extensive amount of refitting for somebody new, as it's very personalized to him.
And however long it takes, I'll hand him a report. Here you go. And I'll put it
And
back together.
he'll look it over, kind of nod along, reading over the report.
This was very thorough, and I appreciate that.
That's what I do.
All right, Mr. Blast, given especially that we are going to need to refit this for anybody that gets it to, frankly, a more extreme degree than we even normally would, you got this properly fitted to you, didn't you?
It is my arm, or it was my armor. It's what I do.
Well, it does mean that does reduce the price you're going to get slightly.
Nah, I figured.
Let's say 500.
That'll be fair.
I do like to make sure that our employees get a bit more of a fair deal on these things.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, I was looking at power armor plating earlier on the ship, and a chest piece, just the plate, not the full armor, ran me 1,000. And you're offering him 500 for the whole thing?
Yes, he is. Do you want to argue with the salesman on this because he's the one that's offering it?
Yeah, I'm just kind of posing that. I'm just kind of like, no wonder they're making a fucking killing. It's kind of like,
He's probably making a killing off of this. You don't know what the Doomco regulations for resale is, though.
I know it's going to be a nasty bit to remod it, but the plating itself should be more than 500, even if they have to refit the damn thing. Just kind of like visibly doing mental calculations, like.
Blast will be like, I can probably cover that explanation. There are several trade restrictions with my people for armor that they acquire from it and such.
Hey man, if you're okay with it, that was a weird question. Like, just a single chest plate costs twice as much as your whole armor.
He's like, no, that's
Even
entirely. He nods. That's entirely fair. Keep in mind, it's for just 4 times that I'm getting a set of heavy armor.
Wait, like a whole set
He's
for
getting
2,000?
That's with the employee discounts, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna need to talk to somebody about the salesman on our ship, because his prices are.
You were probably looking at a fairly specialized piece of equipment. I do have some breastplates that are worth much more than that entire suit.
It was a standard power armor light chest plate, like standard stock. Nothing special.
I don't know what he had in stock, so I can't say for certain.
Is there someone I could bring this up to? Because that was with employee discount.
And we
And
can
that was
pass that along as to what ship it was to, and they'll look into it. But
I
that's
appreciate
all
that.
I could really tell you.
Because that's what if I need to do like.
I'm
Blast.
afraid I can't help you with further from that.
Let's just not pat you on the shoulder. If it helps, I am willing to help you get better armor.
I'll just make it. Fuck it.
It also
I-
depends largely on what materials are used. Some pieces are much more expensive than others.
I was just looking for a normal light power armor chest plate. Just the armor, none of the bits. But it's okay. I've learned if you want to do something right, you build it yourself.
He's actually gonna snap his fingers.
That'd be your problem then. See, the thing of that is, if you go for just the plate, then we've now disassembled a piece of equipment. We're going to have to rebuild the whole suit, especially for a chest plate, around that. You probably got upcharged for, well, frankly, making it so that we have to rebuild the suit.
Okay. But he
There's
said he had spares.
weird regulations when it comes to these things. I'll still pass it along so that they can look into it, but that's the best I could tell you for now.
That's fine. He said he had spares because that was the standard protocol for armor. You have spare plates so that they could be refitted to the frame, and that's what I thought I was getting. But I guess salesman wasn't particularly clear on that.
I honestly couldn't tell you.
That's fine. All right. I just wanted to make
There's
sure.
also different prices on the ships than in the stores.
Blast will just be like, so, as he pulls out the 2100 credits, my armor?
Yes, we'll get you all fitted out right over this way.
You'll actually be like that
Liam,
same workshop
Liam,
that he.
Hold
Yes.
on. You actually have your voices swapped.
Do I?
Yeah.
Yep.
I wanted to see if you were going to do it again, and I was like, oh, you did it. I was like, oh no.
Oh, you could have let me know a little bit sooner than that, you fuckers.
I
had
just
the
wasn't
wrong
sure you were
swap.
doing it or not. It's just I was like, that's weird.
Well, I have an answer.
I curse upon you all.
All right, I'm heading out, guys. You guys keep going, but I'm about to enjoy this winter storm and get some sleep. Talk to you guys
Talk to you later, man.
Peace.
I will leave you with one last thing.
Good dreams.
Have a good night, man.
See ya.